weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum, links, 2, 3, rum, links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit Einheitsgrund, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, the real socialists who are driving all of the crazy stuff going on in our world today. If you want to know why critical race theory is taught in the classroom, it's these people. If you want to know why gender ideology is taught in schools, it's these people. If you want to know why there are ad nauseum attacks on the nuclear family, it's these people. If you want to know why 40% of kids in school think that they are gender queer, gender non-binary, gender fluid, it's these people. If you want to know why there are fiery but mostly peaceful protests, it's these people. If you want to know who stormed the DNC the other day, contrary to what Libby Emmons at the Post Millennial seems to think, because Libby Emmons has proved that she is a goddamn moron, it wasn't Democrats storming the DNC. It was the most far left socialists that you can possibly find, and that is who we are watching on this channel. If you want to know who is provoking the pro-Hamas protests on college campuses, it's these people. Literally every crazy thing that is showing up in the world today can be traced back to the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. Let me take the super chat from Milo right quick. OMFG, Tim Pool is not just uninformed, but very obviously totally and completely ignorant about Marxism. Good stream I missed last night. Yes. Wasn't that an enlightening stream where Tim Pool seems to be under the impression that he's going to get to keep his business under Marxism, under communism? No. Is my audience smarter than Tim Pool? Yes, my audience is smarter than Tim Pool. I take great pride in that. But guys, this week, we are continuing with the adventure that we started last week. Because last week, we started the 6-hour Women's Socialism Conference. And I didn't actually think we were going to get through all of it. My goal was to get through half of it because, of course, we pause, we break things down, we rewind, we talk about things. And so it takes us a little bit longer than the actual stream to watch all of it. And so we got through the first half last week. It was actually really eventful last week. I was just making clips of it earlier. They said the quiet part out loud so many times. This is actually one of those socialism things that is significantly more... Wait. Oh, honey. Oh, you think that Tim Pool would embarrass honey, you must be new here. In fact, I know you're new here because I don't recognize your name. Honey, my chat would embarrass Tim Pool over and over and over and over and over again with all of the things that the people who watch my content regularly understand about the left that Tim Pool has no effing idea about. So you're obviously new here. You can take a seat. You can try to keep up with the content that we're doing. It does require an IQ of at least a 100 to be able to follow the content that I'm doing. You're so new here that I don't know if you have an IQ of at least a 100, but I guess we'll find out. Tim Pool already embarrasses all of us with his obvious ignorance. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. But remember, guys, according to Tim Pool, I am the woke SJW. Just remember that. True story. All right. Anyway. So this is actually a really great conference for new people to watch because most of the time when we're watching socialism, the language that they use is so academic, so flowery that it's difficult for newbies to kind of follow along. But they're actually using language that's pretty understandable in this, and so I think that that's actually a really good thing. They're saying the quiet part out loud a lot, which is that socialists don't care about Western values, socialists don't care about your religion, socialists don't care about white people, socialists don't care about getting rid of men, socialists care about one thing and one thing only, and that is abolishing capitalism, which they define as private property. And so that sounds really boring, which is why people like Tim Pool don't understand it. It's not sexy. It's not something that gets clicks on the YouTube, but it is actually really important because it impacts all of us. Private property means your ability to buy a home. It means your ability to raise a family. It means your ability to start a business. It means your ability to educate your children in the way you see fit. It means your ability to I don't know, even have a private kitchen in your home. They want to take that away. There are so many things related directly back to the argument around private property and what is private and what is part of the collective that is going to impact people's lives in ways that they truly and sincerely have no understanding of. If you are a landlord, that's going to impact your ability to do that. If you own a small business, you're not going to be able to do that anymore. If you want to be an entrepreneur and make millions of dollars someday, guess what, guys? In the Marxist utopia, no one's making millions of dollars in the Marxist utopia. So this is something that's going to impact everyone, and it's not sexy, and it's not one of those things that, like, I can't run around saying the left hates white people, because the left doesn't actually hate white people. The left doesn't actually care about skin color at all. Only stupid people think that this is about skin color, and there are, unfortunately, a lot of stupid people on the internet. Anyway, my point is this, is that in this conference, they are actually saying the quiet part out loud quite a bit. So it's a great opportunity for new people to come in if you've never watched Socialism with me before. And we'll still continue to break things down and explain things, but I think that this is a really good video for it, and I'm excited to see part 2. Now, before we get into it, I have a couple orders of business. Number 1, please do make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I actually get 10 times the views on my Substack that I get on my YouTube channel on like any given day because YouTube has so suppressed my content. And that's why I put all my best content on the Substack. I do articles breaking down the woke ideology. I show you receipts that you're not going to see anywhere else. I do original undercover and investigative journalism to find out what the left is actually doing and show you receipts about what they're doing so you can decide for yourself what you're comfortable with. I introduce you to these concepts in plain English. I have a video library where I take some of the best clips that we see on my YouTube channel because stuff like this is basically research for me at this point. We take the best clips, we put them in the video vault on the Substack. That way you have a video archive of socialists saying the quiet part out loud so that you can refer back, you can show your friends and family, things like that. This is what I do and spend most of my time on, guys. If you appreciate the work I'm doing, I ask that you do fund it with $8 a month or $80 a year. When you fund the work I'm doing, you get access to a lot of perks, to include 2 community Zoom calls with me every single week. We do them on Mondays at 7 p.m. and on Wednesdays at noon. You also get a monthly Bitchcraft call, which is basically a Saturday Zoom call, but it's private, unrecorded. You get access to my supporter Discord, and I'm trying to figure out what movie we're watching. Oh, We do movie nights on Sunday in my supporter Discord, and I guess it looks like Gattaca is what we're watching this week. Gattaca's a great movie. I was kind of hoping for The Island, but that's okay. We do a poll to decide which movie we watch. New movie every Sunday at 8 p.m. They're awesome movie nights. We do trivia, we joke around, we listen to good music related to the movies. It really is a good time. If you've never been to movie night in my supporter Discord, it's like a break from all this dystopian insanity. I mean, we're watching Gattaca this week, which is pretty dystopian, but it is a great movie, and I'm looking forward to that. You also are going to get access to my spy streams. Now, I did a whole bunch of spy streams last week. Spy stream is where we infiltrate a live woke training so that we go behind closed doors so you can see what they're talking about when they don't think you're listening. And not only do I have an archive of spy streams exclusively for my supporters, I also am gearing up for my biggest spy stream ever. This is a multi-day woke teacher training that is going to happen before the end of the year. And we're getting access to it. We're going to broadcast the presentations live. It is some of the most woke stuff that you've ever seen in your life. We're going to be recording all of it through secret recording devices and showing you what they're really talking about. And if you want to know what's coming up for your kids in school, if you want to know what nightmare is coming down the pike before it ends up in the schools, before it gets reported all over conservative media, we are quite literally years ahead of where conservative media is with this. So if you really want to know what's coming up, you go to things like my spy streams, you go to things like my woke infiltrations, and I will tell you what's going on, and I will show you what's going on, so that you can decide for yourself what you're comfortable with your kids experiencing. If you want to get in on this action, you do need to sign up as a paying supporter on my Substack, $8 a month, $80 a year, and that helps keep me in business. It also funds all the work I'm doing. I am looking for about 30-ish more paid supporters before the end of the month to keep me on track with my year-end goals. Guys, if I don't hit my goals for the people funding my work, there's going to be a lot less of it, is the thing. So if you appreciate the work I'm doing, want to see it keep going into 2024, I would like to continue to expand. I would like to do more training, more platform stuff, to help people understand what's going on, things that you can show your friends and family. I cannot do that if people do not step up and fund it, because I am completely grassroots funded by you. And so if you want to sign up on the Substack, that would be great. If you want to sign up in Locals, Patreon, become a Twitter subscriber, YouTube channel member, all that gets you access to perks as well. I do just really prefer people support me on the Substack, because that is the platform that, unlike YouTube, actually serves people my content. Let me get this super chat real quick from Tenant. So there are these missing person signs in my neighborhood for some lady, and the sign reads missing Indigenous person. Keep in mind, this is Seattle. I mean, I'm not really sure what to make of that, Tayton, but I do appreciate the super chat. All right, guys, another order of business before we get started is I want to go over the new rules for watching Socialism with me, because there's some confusion about what's going on. And quite frankly, I'm really effing tired of dealing with it. Now, if you're a new person, or just like relatively new to my socialism streams, please overlook my annoyance with some of the people that cause problems on my socialism streams on like a weekly basis. But I need to put some rules in place, because here's the thing, guys. I understand that I am different than a lot of people who stream on the internet. I understand that most people who stream on the internet are perfectly fine with you shitposting in their chat. I understand that most people who stream on the internet don't even look at their chat really, except the super chats. I understand that most people on the internet are perfectly okay with you being anonymous and foolish the entire time they're streaming. I'm not. This is a completely different type of stream. How I think about this is Socialism Saturday, specifically this stream, but my other streams as well, but definitely this one. This is a weekly class. This is like if you signed up for a class at a college or like a community center or stuff like that, and you say, I want to learn about what far left socialists are doing in this country. I am the fucking teacher in this class. I am the professor in this class. You are the students in this class. If you are uncomfortable with this dynamic, you don't have to be here. But what is not going to continue to go on in my chat is people coming into my chat, disrupting my chat, getting mad because they're not hearing the things from me that they want to hear, starting arguments over it, and then disrupting the entire stream. The first hour plus of my stream last week was disrupted by people causing problems in the chat. Okay? And so I'm not going to allow this to continue. I've had enough. I'm sick of it. So I am implementing a couple new rules in my chat just to put us all on the same page. This takes hours and hours and hours of my time to do every single week. And so if you don't want to be here to learn, you don't have to be here. But for the people who are here to learn, I'm not going to allow people's egos and fragile sensibilities to take away from what we're trying to do. So, what you need to know. Number 1, socialists speak encoded language. They may use the same vocabulary as you. They do not use the same dictionary as you. Part of the point of doing these socialism streams is that we are trying to learn what their vocabulary is based on how they are showing up in the real world. We're not going into dictionaries because, quite frankly, they control dictionaries anyway, so it's not even an accurate rendition of what the vocabulary is. Socialists speak differently when they are in their private meetings than they do if they are doing a more public-facing thing. What we watch are their private meetings, their private trainings, the ones that they put online that they think no one else is going to watch. Because we watch them in context, we are able to suss out the meaning that they have for words that is different than the meaning that we have for words. That leads me to the most important point I'm going to make. The purpose of this exercise is not to debunk them. Because quite frankly, if we spent all of our time debunking socialists, we would never make it through a single video. So people who are constantly going in the chat, that's not what that means. 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 Carlin, you know that's not what that means. That's not what that means. That's not what that means. Like repeatedly, it's distracting and it also defeats the point. If the only thing that we were required to do to defeat these people was to debunk them, then we would be winning a long time ago. And the fact of the matter, guys, is no matter what Tim Pool says on his show, no matter how many times conservative influencers tell you that we're winning, we're not winning. Not by a long shot. These people are winning. The people that we watch here are winning. And they're winning because all the right does is say, that's not the real meaning of that. And then they run off and they think that debunking them is all that's required, but they don't bother to understand what socialists actually mean when they say things. So no, I don't care what your definition of a term is. I don't care how it's different than what the left is saying. The only thing that I care about is understanding what the left is talking about, what they're doing, what tactics they're implementing, how they're talking about different things, and their definitions of the terms, why they see the world the way they do. That is the purpose of this stream. And so no more debunking. No more. I've had enough. Because what happens with the debunking is I tell people in the chat to stop doing it, and then they start arguing with me, and then the entire stream is goddamn derailed for an hour. Okay? I'm not doing it anymore. If people want to continue to debunk, then they can air their grievances on Twitter or wherever else, but they're not doing it here. Number 3, if you have questions, and this is particularly true if you are new to my chat, I don't mind questions. And I especially don't mind questions from people who are new and who have never watched Socialism with me before. I know who's a regular in my chat and I know who's a new person in my chat because I do pay attention and I interact with my chat throughout the stream. I get to know people. I know who's showing up every single week. I know who's brand new and hasn't been here before, okay? So if you are new here and Murphy's Pool, stop fucking trolling in my chat. Cut it out. I'm fucking sick of this shit. If you are new here and you have questions, then please ask them. That is part of the purpose of this. If I don't catch the question, then other people in the chat will catch the questions and we'll be able to answer them and come to some higher level understanding. In fact, I am blocking this Tim Pool account because I know exactly who it is. I am sick of this. I mean this. I am done with my chat being disrupted by bullshit. So new people, it's fine. It's fine for anyone to ask questions, okay? It's especially fine for new people to ask questions. What's not fine is when I have people who have been watching my content every single week for months or in some cases years coming in and asking the same questions over and over and over and over and over again, pretending that they didn't understand the answer that I gave the first 5 times they asked the question. This is the reason that I'm noting this specifically is that I am doing something where I literally have to repeat the same things every single day. Every single day. I have to repeat the same things over and over and over and over and over again. I do not mind repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again for people who are new and are just getting introduced to a topic. I do very much mind repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again to people who have been watching my content for a long time because they're not listening. Okay? It is going to drive me insane if I have to continue repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over again to exactly the same people because they didn't listen to it the first time. So at some point, if you are hanging around a lot and you obviously aren't learning anything, I'm going to start holding you to a higher standard. And if you keep disrupting my chat, asking the same questions, you're going to get yelled at. And I promise you, you aren't going to like it. And when you do not, and when you start whining and complaining about the fact that you don't like my tone, I'm just going to ban you entirely. Because that leads us to the next rule. Normal chat rules always apply. Don't be a dick. You are in my house. I expect you not to be slinging shit at me. I expect you not to be slinging shit at other people in the house. I can do whatever I want because this is my house. You cannot do whatever you want because you are a guest in my house. So don't be a dick. Number 2, no whining. I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear complaining. I don't want to hear, I hurt your feelings. I don't want to get an email afterwards expounding on all the ways that I hurt your feelings, which does happen all the time. I don't want to do it because I don't care about your feelings. What I care about is understanding what these people are doing. If you are not in it for that, you can leave. And that leads me to my last point. Do not fucking argue with me. I've had it. I've really had it. I am sick and tired of the back and forth and the whining and the complaining. If you do not like my tone, you can leave. If you don't like my rules, you can leave. If you don't like anything about how I run my streams, you can leave. You can go and avail yourself of every other person on the internet that is showing you this content. Oh, I'm the only one doing it. I am the only person that I know of on the internet that's actually doing this and showing you this content and breaking it down and explaining it. And so if you want to be involved in this and this is something that you're interested in, you're going to play by my rules or you're going to GTFO. All right? Does everyone understand the rules? And does anyone have any questions? And I'm sorry to be harsh about this, guys. I really, really am. I am sorry, but I am losing my goddamn mind. And part of the reason I'm losing my mind is that people are not listening. And I don't think the rules are unreasonable. To Reagan's point, I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. I don't charge anything for this. This is a free class on the internet for people who want to learn this stuff. And so for people who want to learn, I'm going to create an environment where people can learn. And if I am constantly being argued with or whined at by people in my chat and I have to tell them to shut the fuck up every 5 minutes, then other people who want to learn can't learn. Okay? Brent, I don't want any more of the bullshit. It ends now or I'm blocking you. I'm not fucking around. I am tired of the smartass comments every single time that I say anything. All right. It looks like people are okay with the rules. So let's get into it because we got a lot of socialism conference to go. Now, I want to remind everyone, there are volume issues with this content. So I'm going to do my very best. I'm going to lower my microphone to the lowest possible volume, and I'm going to turn the conference up as much as I possibly can. But I want to remind everyone that you have volume controls on whatever you are watching this on. You need to avail yourself of the volume button on your computer as well, or get a pair of headphones or any of those things. I cannot troubleshoot your volume issues for you. Okay? Socialists are not good with technology. They're not good with audio. We have to do this sometimes. I will do the best I can. No, Brent, you weren't serious. You're getting a timeout. Sorry. I'm so sick of this shit. Like, you have to utilize the volume controls that you have. I will do the best I can on my side, but just keep in mind that this is not the best audio we've ever had on a video before. And so we're just going to have to deal with it. Chaotic Truth Live, thank you. I do appreciate it. All right, let's get this party started. We are going into the back half of the Women's Socialism Conference. I installed another browser plugin to see if that helps with the volume. All right, let's see what's going on today. I'm turning my microphone volume down now so we can all turn our volume up. My mic volume goes down, and everyone turns up their own personal volume, okay?
Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power don't people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Jim. Jim, thank you guys. Let me know how that volume is. Jim says, a coworker of mine who enjoys your live stream said he was ghosted and taken off your chats and he doesn't understand why. Jim, it was probably because he broke the rules of the chat and didn't listen to me when I told him to stop breaking the rules of the chat. And because he broke the rules of my chat, he is no longer welcome in the chat. That's why. There is no one who has taken... Again, this is the shit that I don't want to deal with on these streams, and I appreciate the super chat to pay me for dealing with it. There is no reality in which a person is banned from my chat unless they break the rules of my chat. So tell your coworker that if he wants to come back, he's got to create a new account and then not break the rules of my chat again. It's the way it goes.
The power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of people don't stop. Woo! Okay, everyone, we are starting the second half of today's conference. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We promise you the tables will still be open after the conference. My name is Anne, and I am a medical student and organizer with the PSL. So I am going to be taking over facilitating Farm Dartricia for the rest of today's program, a hard act to follow. Next up, we are going to have a special interlude, solidarity with Cuba and Venezuela. No blockade, no sanctions. For this, please welcome back Addison Clapp. Addison is an anti-imperialist activist, photographer, and cinematographer based in Athens, Georgia.
Well, Jim, then tell Top Gun he needs to make a new account because I'm not going to unban him. If he broke the rules on my chat, that account is banned. And if he wants to come back, he needs to make a new account. It's the way it goes. Sorry, I don't remember who he is. I don't remember what he did. All I know is that if he broke the rules in my chat, he's going to be banned from the chat. Chaotic Truth Live, this is not what we're doing here. This is not what we're doing, bro. This is not it. So I understand you have opinions about this, but what we're doing is we're listening to these people and we're decoding these people. We are not debating this. That is not the purpose of this stream. I appreciate the chat earlier, but I'm going to ask you to cut it out.
So everyone, please welcome Addison.
Abajo el bloqueo.
Well, that's trans. Hang on. I'm trying to get my volume so I can actually hear. That's trans. All good, man. I've never seen you here before, so it's all good. It's just not what we... And I'm fine with having the conversation. It's just not what we're doing tonight. Thank you, though.
Abajo el bloqueo. Viva Cuba. Viva Cuba. Viva.
Viva.
When we talk about women's rights, women's struggle for liberation,
volume's better
when
this
we
week.
talk about LGBTQ rights and LGBTQ struggle for liberation, we understand this to be an international struggle. After all, capitalism in the era of imperialism
Ding.
is an international system that encroaches upon the rights of sovereign nations. What is our role as socialists within the imperial core? Our role is to not stand for the United States upholding patriarchal systems abroad. We must study socialist systems abroad as well and learn from their progress because they are leading the way with women's rights and LGBTQ rights. Before socialism in Cuba, illiteracy, unemployment, racism, exploitation ran amok. The vast majority of the population lived in shacks.
All right, so since you're here and you're obviously a socialist, let me ask you this. Do you want to own a home? Do you want to own a business? Do you want to have a family? Do you want to have, when you have kids, do you want to have parental rights over your kids? Do you know the difference between trans and queer? Do you know why they believe that capitalism is oppressive to women? Can you answer any question about any of this? If you're going to be disruptive in my chat, we're going to put you on the spot. You understand that? Do you want to own a home? Do you want to own a business? Do you want to make money? Do you want to have parental rights over your kids? Do you want to have individual rights to be able to say whatever you want? We'll wait. You can consider this the gulag. You can consider my chat to be a taste of the gulag that you're going to get under socialism because you seem to think you're going to be able to say whatever you want. You don't get to say whatever you want in your socialist utopia, bro. We don't support socialism here, bro. So you can answer the questions. Do you want to own a home? Do you want to own a family? Do you want to be able to choose how your kids are educated? Do you want to be able to choose what doctor you go to? Do you want to be able to choose what food you eat? Do you want to be able to raise your kids in the way that you want to raise them? Do you want to be able to have free speech? Do you want to be able to choose what job you have at all? Do you want to be able to cook in your private kitchen in your private home? Answer the question. Well, you're not a capitalist if you're saying socialism rocks, bro. You seem to be very confused. And you're not answering any of the questions that I just asked you. So let's start simply. Do you want to own a home? You seem to have a podcast. I'm assuming Chaotic Truth Live is a podcast. Do you want to be able to monetize your podcast? We'll wait. Yeah, this person's about to get blocked if they don't answer the question. Then why are you saying socialism rocks? Because socialism doesn't want you to own a home. Oh, so you like monetizing your podcast? Do you really think you're going to be able to monetize your podcast under socialism? Do you understand why you won't be able to monetize your podcast under socialism? Do you understand any of what you're talking about when you say socialism rocks? Because you're not monetizing shit under socialism, bro. No, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a socialist at all. Maybe we should sit back and learn what we're talking about. All right, stop being disruptive in my chat. We're now getting back to business.
While the rich ran around in fancy hotels and casinos. Cuba before socialism was called a playground for the rich. All of these contradictions had a hyper-focus on women and people of oppressed genders. The majority of jobs available for women in Cuba before socialism was as personal servants to the rich. Many others were forced into prostitution. For many people, these two jobs overlapped. Contraception was unavailable, abortion illegal, and a staggering 80% of babies were born outside of hospitals. In most rural areas in Cuba, most people lived up to 3 days' travel away from the nearest major hospital. In Venezuela, Venezuela is a mineral and oil-rich country. Before the Bolivarian Revolution, rich capitalist oligarchs used the profits from these minerals to line their pockets, while the majority of the population, particularly Black and brown women, lived in squander. But both of these countries have had dramatic revolutionary changes since that time. So I want to talk about the gains for women and LGBTQ people in these countries. In Cuba, they immediately began literacy campaigns because they understood that to be able to read and to write was freedom. They engaged women in teaching literacy in the rural countrysides. Their slogan to these teachers was, "You will learn more than you will teach." As a result, Cuba is now the most literate country in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, it may be the most literate country in the Western Hemisphere, but in Havana, the people who serve you at the restaurants in Havana can't actually eat at the restaurants in Havana because they can't afford to.
Before the revolution, only 12% of women were employed. Today, women make up 44% of the Cuban labor force. 43% of Cuban scientists are women. Half of all doctors in Cuba are women. 66% of technicians in Cuba are women.
Why is this person bringing this up? Pop quiz for the chat. Why is this person bragging about the percent of women in the workforce in relation to a women's socialism conference? Why is that important for them to talk about? Even though they're not being like complete in what's actually happening, but let's just step back for a second. Why is this person talking about the employment rates of women in Cuba? Because of equity, because they're trying to say that socialism creates equity, because they're trying to make an argument that this is a society built on equity. Equity, exactly. Because socialists believe that capitalism created the gender binary, which put women in the home, men in the workforce, which created a fundamental inequity in power. Bro, you're like talking to yourself. This is not what we're doing here. You are either here to learn or you are going to go. It's going to stop. I've already asked you twice. The next time, I'm not going to ask you. I'm just going to ban you from my chat. This person is making the argument that they have gender equity in Cuba because they got rid of capitalism and created a socialist utopia. Oh, you don't need to learn? Okay, bro, goodbye. That person just got banned. We're not going to have to deal with that bullshit anymore. People think I'm fucking around. I am not fucking around. All right, I got to step away for 1 second, guys. I'm going to let this play full screen. Let me know if there's anything I missed when I come back. I'll be right back. Sorry.
We have also seen the founding of the Federation of Cuban Women, which is a mass organization that fights for the rights of women in the house, in the workplace, and everywhere in between. Over 85% of Cuban women are members of the Federation. The Federation has legislated for daycare centers and increased better labor laws for women in their workplaces. Women were granted a full year of paid maternity leave, 12 months of pay to be able to take care of their children. And as a part of the new Families Code, ratified by the majority of the Cuban population in September, this full year of leave can be transferred to any caregiver of the child, so that women and people who give birth, if they do not want to, they don't have to sacrifice their careers to raise their children. Earlier this year, I had the chance to visit Cuba and to be there for the celebration of the July 26th movement, which is the movement that brought socialism to Cuba. While I was there, we visited with the staff of a maternity home. This was a home that cared for pregnant women and women who had given birth with complications. They were given 24/7 care, allowed to be visited by friends and family, and had doctors available at any given time to be able to take care of them.
All right, I'm back. I had to fix
This,
something with my mic.
like the rest of Cuba's healthcare system, is of course free. We also toured a major hospital, the Jose Luis Miranda Hospital. They gave us the statistics about their hospital's infant mortality. The infant mortality rate is a measure of out of 1,000 births, how many of those children do not live. In the state of Georgia, in 2022, the infant mortality rate per 1,000 births is 8.2. So out of every 1,000 births, about 8 children die in the childbirth process. At this particular hospital that we visited, their infant mortality rate was 0.3.
Oh, did she? Thank you, Adrian.
Gay rights have been enshrined in the new Families Code, ratified in September. Trans rights have been further ratified. Medically transitioning in Cuba with hormone therapy.
Yeah, so that guy that we just banned, I completely agree with Sarah. That guy that was just banned is actually the person that needs to hear this stuff the most, because apparently he has some like conservative podcast or something, and he thinks that TikTok is reflective of like who the real socialists are. And let me know if my mic is like way out of balance with them. It sounds okay to me, but like let me know. But like people like that need to hear that stuff the most. And why he probably came into the chat and was pretending like he likes socialism is he was probably trying to get some sort of clip of me to like take out of context to use on his channel, because he didn't know what he was walking into. And he's probably so stupid he still doesn't actually understand what we're doing here, which is too bad. It's like, this is why conservatives lose. It's they do stuff like this, and you know, it is what it is, I guess. Awesome. Awesome. Yay, the sound is working. I fixed it. Yay. Okay, good.
And gender-affirming surgeries, like all other healthcare in Cuba, is free. Now let's turn to Venezuela. Hugo Chavez in 2012 said, "A real revolutionary, a socialist, must be truly feminist because the liberation of the people is achieved through the liberation of women."
What? A socialist must be truly feminist because the liberation of the people is achieved through the liberation of women. Again, this goes back to the gender binary thing, because the gender binary, attacking the gender binary, is one of the primary ways these people are trying to eliminate capitalism, because they believe capitalism created the gender binary, which created the nuclear family. If they can destroy the gender binary, that means they're going to destroy the nuclear family, and the nuclear family will no longer be able to perpetuate capitalism. So when they say that the liberation of people is achieved through the liberation of women, if they can free women from the oppressive gender binary, then they are going to indirectly destroy the nuclear family. How do they free women from the gender binary? Well, they push women into the workforce, which I don't have a problem with women working, to be honest. Like, I'm a woman who works. Like, I actually don't have a problem with that. They push women into the workforce. They lower birth rates. They have abortion on demand up until birth because abortion frees women from the gender binary. They push queer Marxism and gender ideology into schools, which is designed to eliminate the gender binary. And remember, these people believe that all of society, every person will not be free until they abolish capitalism. So they believe that under capitalism, no one is free, which is why they're focusing so much of their attacks on the gender binary, because it's one of the most direct ways to get at the system that perpetuates capitalism. And that's what the patriarchy is, by the way. Every time we say the gender binary, that's the patriarchy. The gender binary existing created the patriarchy, which says men have more power than women and are trying to keep women down and all that. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Oh, another stupid person who waited 5 whole minutes to subscribe to my channel just to get banned. Congratulations, bro. You're not smart enough to be here. Goodbye. God. I swear to God.
Gender equality has been enshrined in the Venezuelan constitution since the Bolivarian Revolution, particularly Article 88, which recognizes that wealth and value are generated by housework and domestic labor. In capitalist patriarchy, housework and domestic labor is seen as the natural work for women to do as their born duty. This purposefully mystifies the role of domestic labor in the economy. Without a home laborer to raise children, clean the house, and cook, the worker cannot be sufficiently exploited by the bosses. By recognizing in their constitution that housework directly generates wealth, Venezuela enshrines and upholds the importance of women and all other home laborers. Tribunals have been formed in Venezuela by the Women's Ministry in order to deal with misogynistic violence, which we know is a symptom of the capitalist system.
Hang on, there's a question in the chat that I want to answer. Dub, I don't recognize you. Are you relatively new here? Oh, I see Tweeter Trash is over on Rumble. What I love about Tweeter Trash is he always does capitals. Like he has like permanent caps locks on, and it's just funny. I'm gonna get to you in a second, Dub. MYMJH on Rumble says these folks are the best example of useful idiots I've ever seen. Thank you for the $5. I do appreciate it. So Dub's question: are the USA's open borders and increasing crime rate, illegal shoplifting up to $950 caused by socialists? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And to be clear, so socialists don't believe in borders. Socialists don't believe in countries, much less borders, right? And so socialists are completely open border, but it's not because this is a mistake that the right makes. They don't believe in open borders because they want to replace the white people with the brown people. Now, that might be that might be like an unintended outcome of what they're doing, but keep in mind that the right has this idea that the left hates all white people and they have open borders to replace the white people with the brown people. That's not what's happening. What's happening is socialists don't actually care about skin color. They don't talk about skin color. They don't lecture about skin color. They don't have classes about skin color. They don't write books about skin color. They quite literally never talk about it. Now, how we know what socialists care about and what socialists don't care about is that if socialists care about something, they're going to talk about it ad nauseum forever. They're going to have conferences about it. They're going to write books about it. They're going to create magazines about it. They're going to create t-shirts about it. Like, it is going to be everywhere. They never talk about skin color. They do support open borders, but they support open borders not because they're trying to replace the white people with the brown people, although that is an outcome of what they're doing. They support it because they don't believe that borders and countries should exist, and they believe in equity, so they think that everyone should all have access to the same resources. And it is, as you said, a destabilizing force in society, which these people want to create as much destabilization as possible, because the more destabilization they create, the quicker they're going to get to their Marxist utopia. In regards to legal shoplifting, you look at places like Illinois. Illinois basically just decreased all not decreased. Illinois basically just decriminalized everything. Illinois has now eliminated cash bail. Illinois has taken crimes that would usually put you in jail for a felony and has like decriminalized those to like make them a misdemeanor. So basically, like, if you get arrested in Illinois now, you go and are booked and then you walk right out. And chances are, no matter what crime you committed, you're not going to jail. You might pay a fine or something, but there are very few crimes in the state of Illinois now that will actually end up with you going to jail. So why are they doing that? Because socialists believe in abolishing the police. They believe in abolishing the carceral state. They believe in abolishing the prison industrial complex. Why are they doing that? Well, again, it's about equity. They believe they're going to get to their Marxist equity. By the way, equity means Marxism. Equity and Marxism are the same thing. You cannot achieve a society built on equity until you have a Marxist society. It's just like, it doesn't work otherwise. So they believe they're going to get to their Marxist utopia faster because, again, it's going to destabilize the system. They're going to blame capitalism for all of the problems, saying, look at all these poor people. These poor people are committing crimes because of capitalism, because capitalism keeps the prices up, where people have to spend more money to buy stuff. People can't afford it. It's all capitalism's fault. It's the evil capitalists that just put profit over people, yada, 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 yada. And then they're going to say, how about we try socialism instead? Which Illinois, by the way, Nick Fuentes is fucking crazy for living in Illinois. Illinois is one of the most socialist states in the country. Illinois is run, like, first of all, I mean, it's run by just like very bad people and has been run for very bad people for like a long time. But like the Pritzker family in Illinois is funding a lot of this stuff. So anyway, that's just one example. But those, again, I'm really glad you asked this question, because the right interprets why the left does these things in an incorrect way. It's not about skin color. It's not about any of that. It is simply about destabilizing society. Although there might end up being consequences that, you know, I want to be clear about this. I don't think like it's not incorrect that white people are going to become the minority at some point because of the immigration. because of all this stuff. Some people think that's a problem. They make their arguments for that. I don't particularly care about that because I think there are bigger problems for us to worry about, to be honest, that are going to end up impacting us a lot sooner. My biggest point, though, is that it's not an intentional thing to replace the white people with the brown people. It's just an outcome of how they believe the world should be run because they don't care about skin color at all. So it's like they're not looking at it in that way. All right, let's keep going. Thank you for asking the question.
These are only a few of the major positive changes that Cuba and Venezuela have made since their revolutions. However, they are being deeply hindered by US imperialism.
That means capitalism.
The United States imposed a blockade on Cuba shortly after their...
Jen, I don't see a super chat coming through, but you're a great supporter, so I'll read it anyway. In all our years watching Marxist ideology on Saturdays or during the week, have they ever brought up the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto? Well, yeah, they have, Jen, when we've specifically watched stuff about the Communist Manifesto. But, like, they don't bring them up just willy-nilly. If you're watching a presentation about the Communist Manifesto, they're going to talk about the Communist Manifesto, and we have watched those presentations before, but they're not going to bring them up just out of like nowhere, but they hit on them all the time. I appreciate the question though.
Revolution that still stands today. The Trump administration put on 243 new measures against Cuba, and Biden has not done anything to reverse them. Sanctions, the blockade and sanctions are not to punish the governments necessarily, like the United States might say. They are to punish the people that live in these countries. Cuba, because of the blockade, lacks in food imports, fuel, and medicines. They have less tourism, generating income for their economy because of travel bans.
I want to mention what Tweeter Trash over on Rumble said. Again, you have to imagine this in all caps because that's just what he does. Fooling normal people into believing that white people are being targeted is a great way for them to make their opponents become reactionary and get them looking in the wrong direction. That's exactly right. The left loves it when the right obsesses about race. They love it. They know exactly what they're doing. They're baiting the right into doing those things. They love it. So why are we continuing to take the bait when they're telling us in their presentations what they're really doing, and we're completely ignoring what they're really doing in deference of reading about how white people are oppressed victims of the world when white people are not oppressed victims of the world?
Cubans in the United States have a much harder time sending money to their families that still live in Cuba. Venezuela has a lot of gender-inclusive legislation. They have 6 months of paid leave, and they have free childcare in the workplace. But ultimately, they still materially lack due to the sanctions imposed on them. The sanctions have cost them an estimated over $120 billion. This has led to an increase in the cost of living, the deterioration of public services, education, and health, a fall in employment, and a fall in wages and Social Security.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Laura Loomer just followed me on Twitter. I'm not sure how I feel about this, if I'm honest about it, but I like Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer's a crazy person, but I like her because she's a crazy person that doesn't give an F, and that she hates all the same people I hate. And so if she's going to be a crazy person and go after the same people that I hate, then I am fully in support of that type of crazy. And I say that with deference because I'm obviously an insane person as well. I think anyone that actually is passionate about what they're doing in this space is a little bit crazy sometimes, if we're honest about I don't want to get in a fight with Laura Loomer. I don't want. There are like two people on the internet that I really don't want to get into a fight with right now, and that's Laura Loomer and Nick Fuentes. Oh God. Someone pray a rosary for me. Can one of the grapers pray a rosary for me, please? Thank you.
The White House says that they seek to promote democratic change in Cuba and Venezuela. But what is democratic about starving the Cuban people? What is democratic about blocking the import of life-saving medicines? What is democratic about punishing countries who accept Cuban doctors or do business with Venezuela? Democracy for Cuba means letting the Cuban people rule for themselves. Democracy for Venezuela means letting the Venezuelans build socialism on their own terms.
Oh! We've been talking about Rottweiler, we've been talking about the definition that socialists have for democracy, haven't we? And what have we decided the socialist definition of democracy is? Every time they say we need to fight for democracy and they ignore the fact that we're a republic, not a democracy. This person just said the definition of democracy, which is that Venezuelans have the right to build a socialist future, because what we've been saying is democracy to socialists means a socialist government, essentially. It means people voting for them. It doesn't mean people vote for whoever they want and whoever gets the most votes win. It's explicitly about people voting for them. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, someone's pretending to be me in the chat now because he got his fifis hurt. Goodbye. Let's listen to that again.
Democracy for Venezuela means letting the Venezuelans build socialism on their own terms.
Democracy means letting people build socialism on their terms. Thank you, Zachary. Thank you for the rosary. I appreciate you. Thank you.
The United States government carries out these atrocities in our name. Are we going to stand for that? No. Are we going to stand for that? No. Are we going to stand for that?
Oh my God!
Our role as socialists within the Imperial Core is to study the advancements in women and LGBTQ rights and all other human rights advances of these socialist countries. We must stand in solidarity with them and demand that our government...
I love this speaker. They take themselves so seriously. It's like, this is real life. We're not watching a movie right now. Like, this person actually does take themselves this seriously. Tenant says, Palestine, Cuba, Venezuela, all open-air prisons because of capitalism, aka socialism works, but capitalism is oppressing it. Well, let's be clear. Palestine is legitimately an open-air prison, and it's not because of capitalism, it's because of Israel. So Palestine is not quite the same as... Palestine might be similar in terms of how the left perceives it, but there are legitimate problems and legitimate grievances in Palestine that are not quite the same as Cuba and Venezuela, and I'm not going to get into all that right now, but I do appreciate the super chat, Tate, thank you. Yeah. See, this is a benefit of watching socialism. This is funny, but also scary. I mean, you can't make this shit up, you know? Exactly. This is real. This was a year ago. This conference was a year ago in Atlanta.
Lift the blockade and end the sanctions. We must demand an end to imperialist warmongering. I have a small activity that we're all going to participate in.
Oh, good.
In your welcome folders, you will find a letter addressed to President Biden. You will also find an envelope. I ask that everybody print their name on the letter and sign it, put the letter in the envelope, and then put it in the middle of your table. I will come and collect them. Here's what the letter says. President Biden, The people of Cuba are suffering. The decades-long economic blockade they have had to endure, which blocks the import of food, medicine, technology, fuel, and many more of life's essentials, has caused great humanitarian damage and shortages. To punish Cuba further, the Trump administration imposed 243 additional measures that have made living conditions on the island even worse for the average Cuban. Cuba has also had to recover from extreme natural disasters, such as the Matanzas fire that impaired its electrical system and contributed to rolling blackouts, as well as Hurricane Ian that devastated their agricultural infrastructure. The blockade only weakens their ability to recover. In light of these tragedies, there is no moral argument in upholding the sanctions or the blockade. Furthermore, the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism deeply harms the Cuban people. Not only was Cuba not designated as such under the Obama administration, but there is also not one shred of evidence to support this designation. Cuba is a sponsor of justice, peace, global health, and international cooperation. There is an international campaign for Cuban doctors to win the Nobel Peace Prize for their service to the world over the decades. President Biden, you can remove this designation with the stroke of a pen. Earlier this month, the United Nations voted overwhelmingly for the 30th year in a row to end the US blockade of Cuba. The Cuban people have the right to survive and thrive. Cuba is a sovereign nation that should be allowed to develop on its own terms, free from international interference. The US and Cuba as neighbors have much to offer from each other, and Cuba wants nothing more than to build a cooperative relationship of mutual trust and respect. Please stand with the rest of the world. Remove the label of state sponsor of terrorism. Reverse the Trump-imposed economic measures, as you promised to do during your presidential campaign, and end the unilateral blockade.
I'm gonna be honest, like I have mixed feelings about this blockade of Cuba. Like I kind of want to visit Cuba. Like I wanted to go on. I had a cruise booked to Cuba, and then Trump put the blockade back, and I couldn't go to Cuba anymore, and I was really upset about that because I wanted to go. Like and so I actually do have mixed feelings about this whole thing. I understand it, but it's also kind of like I'm selfish and I want to go to Cuba. I'm a deep. I would like foreign policy to bend to my cruise plans. All right, come on.
Cuba live. Let Cuba live. End the blockade. Let Cuba live. End the blockade. When I returned from Cuba, I was harassed at the border by the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit.
For hours.
Things that didn't happen.
They tried to scare me with
Things
their
that
grilling
didn't happen.
and their propaganda. It was a pretty scary experience. They tried to scare me about the things that I had seen there at Cuba. They said, Cuba is not a democracy. But there's something they can't take away from me. And it's that I have seen what Cuba has done for its people. I have seen the true democracy that they have in Cuba that we do not have here in the United States. And I am not scared to stand with them and to defend them against US imperialism. I am not scared to share the stories that I have seen. I am not scared to talk about socialism and real democracy as it now actually exists within Latin America. And I will not stand down. I will stand with Latin America. I ask that you stand with me, with Latin America, and with all other victims of US imperialism. And I ask that you help me build socialism here in the United States.
Oh!
Because I believe that not only can it happen, but it will happen.
You know, a lot of people ask me, they're like, why don't the socialists you watch just move to Venezuela or just move to Cuba? It's really, really simple, guys. This person just said it. They don't want to move to Venezuela. They don't want to move to Cuba. They want to build socialism in the United States. That is the goal. That is the revolution. They truly and sincerely believe that the United States is not free and will not be free until they abolish capitalism and replace it with socialism. So you can hope and pray and wish upon a star that they'll leave and go live in a socialist country that they all seem to admire so much, but they don't want to do that. They want that here, and they genuinely believe that they are fighting for everyone in the country to be free. That's not just a talking point. They really believe that. Let's listen to that one more time.
Let me build socialism here in the United States. Because I believe that not only can it happen, but it will happen.
Thank you, Count. Appreciate it.
Viva la Cuba! Viva Venezuela! Viva Cuba! Viva la Venezuela!
This is in Atlanta. Atlanta.
Thank you so much, Addison. That was amazing. No words. I am very excited to move on to our second plenary for the day.
Hey guys, I just want to do a quick pause. I think I've got a lot of new viewers. Oh, Chaotic Truth Live is now over on Rumble complaining, so we're gonna ban him over there. Goodbye, Chaotic Truth Live. I think I've got a lot of new viewers. So if you're new viewers, welcome to Socialism Saturday. We are not socialists here. We watch socialists and we talk about it and we translate it and we think about what socialists are doing, what socialists are up to, how we can fight back against them. If you're new here, please feel free to let me know in the chat that you're new and just say hi to people in the chat. If you have questions about what we're watching, please feel free to ask them in the chat. I will do my best to break down what these people are saying. Other people in the chat will as well. And if you would be so kind as to mount the like button for me, mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend my content to more people. So that would be really, really great because I'm shadow banned pretty heavily on YouTube. So if you're new here, please mount the like button. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you think you're subscribed to the channel, double check because YouTube has been unsubscribing a whole bunch of people lately. Token fan, I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. Let's keep going.
First, we are going to hear from Megan Green about the midterm elections and the right wing's deeply unpopular program. Megan is a labor organizer and a member of the PSL based in Southern Appalachia, where she was born and raised. She has been leading strikes and helping low-wage workers from unions all across the South. Please welcome Megan.
All right, I know y'all know this one. When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? When women's rights are under attack, what do we do? When voters' rights are under attack, what do we do? Yeah, that's right.
Hang on. Count sent in a couple super chats. I appreciate it. I just spent $4 trying to find out if people were people to these, to find out if people to these people. I wasn't even able to ask a question. Go ahead and ask your question, Count, and I'll make sure to answer it. Yeah, I just want to make sure when I say people get unsubscribed from my channel on YouTube all the time, I really mean it. Sam was unsubscribed literally in the middle of a stream the other day when he is one of my most active viewers and is here all the time. 2 ladies has been unsubscribed from my channel before. The struggle is real. So please just double check to make sure that you are subscribed if you want to be, and I do appreciate it.
Thanks for joining me in that chant real quick. Set the energy right. If there's anything that the outcome of the midterms has shown is that the right wing's program is deeply unpopular in the country.
Remember, this was
Despite
last
what
year.
corporate media
This was not
tries
this
to
year,
tell
last
us,
year.
that the U.S. is turning to the right and like rejecting progressive policies, what we can conclude truthfully is that there is a large and determined current in the U.S. Today that will stand against the far right. Extreme right-wing candidates have been defeated by the Democratic Party opponents in many states. The election was a blow to the political standing of Donald Trump, who used the election as a vehicle to get attention for himself and take revenge on his opponents in the Republican Party. But why were the elections so close?
Okay, so Count says, does the word people mean people the way so I understand what you're saying now. When they say like power to the people sort of thing, does that term actually mean people? That's a great question, because it does not mean people. It doesn't mean all people. When these people say that they're fighting for the people, power to the people, like workers of the world unite sort of stuff, what they mean is members of the party. They don't mean everyone. They mean members of the party. That's really all they care about. They don't want, they're trying to overthrow the bourgeois, which means the capitalist class in the country. So they don't care about the capitalists at all. They don't care about people who want to own private property. They don't care about people who want to own a building and be a landlord. They don't mean power to those people. They mean the collective, the comrades, the members of the party. That's what they mean. So great question. Thank you for asking it.
Remarkable that the Democratic Party was not able to perform better, considering how unpopular the politics of the right wing are. Loyal to Wall Street and corporate America, the Democrats were unwilling to articulate a narrative of their own for the economy, forfeiting this crucial ground to the Republicans instead of putting forward a pro-worker plan to tackle inflation and expose that it's corporate greed, not a social program to sustain workers, that's causing the prices to skyrocket. Democrats had hardly anything to say about the economy, having refused to fight for progressive aspects of their own program over the last 2 years, like the American Families Plan. So if the Democratic Party had pushed through the Build Back Better expansion program, instead of like bending to the small internal right-wing flank, this would have greatly improved their popularity. So they secured short-term victories, but this maneuver still gave candidates a massive platform publicly to shape the public consciousness, right? The way that Republicans underperformed in the face of such a pitiful opponent is a testament to how repulsive their politics really are to a broad section.
I just want to note the way she said, the way that Republicans underperformed in the face of such a pitiful opponent. Socialists hate Democrats. This is another thing that people on the right don't understand. I got into an argument on Twitter this week where I called out Libby Emmons of the Post Millennial because Libby Emmons said one of the stupidest things I've ever seen on Twitter. She said that the people that were rushing and like mobbing the DNC that was covered all over the news. I hope people saw it. But these mobs of people were like storming the DNC to protest what's going on in Palestine, right? Libby Emmons tweeted out, the Democrats are going after their own party. And I said, no, Libby, no, that's not what happened at all. These are not Democrats. These are socialists. Socialists hate the Democrats. And so then I got all these like conservative, like neocon type, like DeSantis supporter type in my feed. And they were like, Carlin, who do you think socialists vote for? Because conservatives are convinced that socialists and Democrats are the same thing when they are not the same thing in like any way. And I had to explain to them, as I called them morons, that socialists don't vote for Democrats. Most socialists don't even believe in gaining power through political power. How socialists gain power is institutional power. They get themselves in positions at universities, in the government, in all the major institutions that are basically impossible to get fired from, like unless you really try very hard. And they gain institutional power. They take over the institutions. They set the laws and the policies through those institutions, and they control them because of institutional power. That is much greater than political power. That is much greater than political power, where they get elected to a position, but they can also get voted out of that position. So a lot of socialists don't actually believe in using politics to gain power. If you go on the website of something called the Tempest Collective. The Tempest Collective is a radical revolutionary socialist collective. A lot of people are involved in it that go to like the Socialism conference, stuff like this. The Tempest Collective says explicitly on their website, we are not gaining power through political means. These people don't vote for Democrats. These people don't vote at all. These people gain power by not only getting institutional power in positions in like the government and academia, et cetera, et cetera. They also do it by destabilizing the system, doing things like creating riots outside of the DNC. Oh, this asshole is like, is that why there are people here? Because this guy's sending people? Okay, well, I mean, if you're going to be disruptive, you're going to get banned. See, this is why we don't mess with conservative morons. For anyone new here, I have rules in my chat. Number 1, don't be a dick. Number 2, no whining. You will do what I tell you to do, and if I tell you to shut the fuck up and listen, if you don't do that, you're going to get banned right quick. This is a learning stream. This is not about shit posting. It's like, it's every goddamn time, every single week, some fucking conservative disrupts my stream. Well, you're not being disruptive yet, but my bet is that you're going to be before too long. Maybe you'll prove me wrong. Okay. I want my mods to just ban anyone that you don't recognize, because we're getting raided by that asshole's audience right now, is what's happening. Okay. And I will do banning as well. And I'm not going to argue with these people. I'm just going to block them. And that's going to be the way it is.
Of the society. The right wing is willing to go to extreme lengths, trampling on the basic democratic right.
No, I got excited for a second. I was like, maybe YouTube's actually serving my stream to people for once. And then I realized, oh no, it's another conservative disrupting my stream because they got their feelings hurt. And now they're trying to destroy things for everyone else by disrupting my stream. It's always the conservatives that I have to deal with. Never the leftists, always conservative bullshit.
That the vast majority of the country rightly feels entitled to in order to force through their deeply unpopular, reactionary, and anti-worker program. And the Democratic Party's complete failure to live up to the popular expectations is an irreplaceable element in the right wing's chilling offensive. As Kristen spoke to earlier, the abortion referendums across the country were a testament to the rejection of the agenda of the far right. In addition to the abortion referendums, there are also referendums that took place in Illinois, where workers voted to stop anti-union right-to-work laws. Massachusetts, voters approved a measure to impose a new tax to millionaires. And in South Dakota, a majority voters voted to expand Medicare access. These referendums are one of the most interesting aspects of the midterms. While the elections themselves were distorted by voter suppression, racist redistricting, or gerrymandering, media coverage that's bought by billions of corporate dollars are the media coverage was bought by billions of corporate dollars and more. These referendums that I spoke to a minute ago are a more accurate expression of the will of the majority of this country. So we're often told by those who think that the American political system is fair and dependable that we, the ordinary people of the United States, don't act in our best interest, that we can't act in our own best interest, when the fact is that the ruling class, this is just the ruling class's justification for a political system that does not allow elections by popular vote. That we, the hundreds of millions of working class people, ain't smart enough to act in our own best interests, and that we should instead elect a layer of individuals that then cast their vote for millionaires on our behalf. How absurd is that? Like, yeah. So I talk to people in the struggle every day in their workplaces, their communities, their schools, and
all right, this person is new here. So this person probably thinks I'm a socialist and that we're socialists, and they think that they're educating us. But this person does not realize that we're watching these people. Oh, now they're creating fake accounts with my name. That's nice of them. This person is probably too stupid to realize that we're actually listening to these people to learn about them. You're right, bro. Communism has failed every time it was tried, but these people literally write books saying we're going to do it differently this time, and they're winning because, well, you assholes are attacking people on your own team and raiding their streams for no good reason because you're not smart enough to shut the fuck up and listen to what's being said, and you get your feelings hurt and then act like spoiled, rotten fucking children in my chat afterwards because you're not smart enough to focus your attention on these people rather than focusing your attention on me. You're getting your ass kicked by them. We're losing to them because of assholes like you and that chaotic truth asshole who is way too stupid to be a member of my audience. So we'll watch you whine now, and then you'll get blocked.
I go into their homes. We talk in settings where they're most comfortable. And I know it's very clear. The people know just exactly what it is that they want. They want housing. They want healthcare and right to abortion. They want education. They want to tax the rich, and they want to unionize. And the majority certainly rejects racism. So the fact is that under capitalism, under this capitalist system, the progressive interests of the working class are roadblocked at every turn by undemocratic institutions like the Electoral College, the Supreme Court, the Federal Reserve, and
undemocratic institutions like the Electoral College and the Supreme Court. All right, we can agree on the Fed. If we can work with the socialists just on abolishing the Fed, I would actually be cool with that. Like a single issue thing just about the Fed, no problem at all. But like this is something you're going to hear a lot. Like, and we've already started hearing this ever since the repeal of Roe v. Wade. The undemocratic Supreme Court, the unelected Supreme Court. These people are going to try to F with the Supreme Court. I promise you that. And they're trying to get rid of the Electoral College too, because if they get rid of the Electoral College, they win every election in perpetuity. If they get rid of the Electoral College, they win every election in perpetuity, and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop them. So they're going to try to do both those things, and that's something that people need to be on the lookout for.
in the Senate that, as we know, shoots down any policy that threatens the rule of.
Is culture downstream from race? I don't think it is. Some people argue it is. I don't think it is. I mean, your culture reflects where you grew up, the people that you know. In some cases, I mean, you're going to have a disproportionate race of one color or another, just depending on where you grew up, what the demographics of the location are. But I do not believe that culture is inextricably linked to race. I think it has to do more with just societal norms that are separate from race. So we're probably not going to agree on that one.
The rich and protects the interests of, sorry, I lost my place. And so they shoot down any policy that threatens the rule of the rich and the capitalist Congress in general that bounds itself to the filibuster, avoiding passing anything of substance that engages in racist redistricting to achieve its own ends. So decisions for us shouldn't be made by millionaires or billionaires. We have to reject the system in which we have no real voice in this. So we don't have power over our own lives in this system in that case. So I asked the question, do we live in a democracy or not? If the answer is no or not yet, then I say right now we need to take up this question together and ask what is the type of system that we want to fight for, that we need to fight for to ensure democracy and to guarantee social, political, and economic rights, and how do we get there? The comrade that will speak after me will answer these critical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Now I am very happy to introduce our...
Hang on. Sin, thank you. Thank you, Sin. Just want to say thank you to Carlin for this work. I appreciate you, Sin. Thank you so much.
Keynote speaker for today,
Ooh, the
Carla
keynote.
Ray.
The keynote. Excellent.
She will be speaking about building a new mass movement for democratic
Holy
rights
shit.
towards a socialist reconstruction. Carla is the daughter of Salvadoran immigrants and is a longtime organizer based in Harlem. She has been a teacher for over a decade in New York City public schools. Carla is one of the managing editors of Breaking the Chains, a socialist and feminist publication. She is also a central committee member of the...
Okay, I'm not sure if this is a genuine question or not, but I will answer it as though it's a genuine question. Social abortion, or they call it reproductive justice. Abortion is a socialist issue because they believe that capitalism created the gender binary that put women in the oppressive gender roles of raising the children, which is the future generation of proletariat workers, in the home, while men went out into the world and got to have jobs and money and that sort of thing. They believe that the putting the women in the home created the nuclear family, which is a system of itself that perpetuates capitalism because, again, it raises and produces the future generation of proletariat workers that props up the bourgeois. Abortion is a socialist issue because they see reproductive justice as a way of disrupting the gender binary because it frees women or birthing persons, whatever, from the oppressive role of being the bearers of the children that are going to eventually perpetuate capitalism. So reproductive justice is something that's actually very important to them because it's a major disruptor of the gender binary. They also do view reproductive justice and trans medical care as inextricably linked. So anytime you see them talking about reproductive justice, they're also going to be talking about trans medical care. There was a tweet that went out from Planned Parenthood this past week that said, like, you know, reproductive rights or trans rights or something like that. I mean, it was just like they talk about the two in the same sentence. So that's why it's an issue for them. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Party for Socialism and Liberation. She met the PSL in 2011 during the Occupy Wall Street movement in New York City during her first year teaching. Carla would take on...
Hang on, I got a super chat from Mountain Goddess. Thank you, Mountain Goddess. I really, really have to tell you thank you for your time and energy getting this information out into the ether. Everyone needs to pay attention, and I owe you a ton of gratitude. I owe you gratitude as well, Mountain Goddess. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for showing up and being a part of Socialism Saturday. I really appreciate it.
It would take a 1-hour train ride to Wall Street to sit and protest, but wanted to do more to bring the message of the 99% to her community, where she lived and where she was taught.
Yes, totally.
Please welcome Carla.
Oh, thank you. I'm working on better receiving introductions. I was like, I knocked down a bottle of water. I was ready to run up. But thank you. First, let's give it up for everybody who made this conference happen. I mean, I don't know if...
Well, see, this is one of our new friends, I think, who isn't actually serious about being here. But I'll answer this question pretending you're serious, bro. The definition of a woman doesn't matter because socialists want to abolish the gender binary entirely. They don't want women to exist. They don't want men to exist. They want to create an entire society of they thems because they believe that we will only achieve gender equity when gender is abolished. So the definition of a woman doesn't actually matter. Doesn't actually matter. Matt Walsh's entire movie missed the point of what these people are actually trying to do. That's why you see upwards of 40% of kids in school that are gender queer, gender non-binary, things like that, because they're trying to eliminate the gender binary entirely. So it doesn't matter what the definition of a woman is because they want to get rid of it entirely. Joe S. says, curious as to whether there are a large number of social activists who are not youngish people. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Well, okay, I'll take that one next. So yeah, I mean, socialists come in all different ages. Like when I was at the Socialism conference, you had everyone from like college age kids up until people in their 50s, 60s, 70s. So it really is, I mean, a lot of the most hardcore socialist activists are like second or third generation socialists. And I know we can talk about kids being indoctrinated in school, and that's certainly true. But a lot of the really hardcore people that are driving the movement, they're second generation socialists, they're third generation socialists. Their parents were socialists too. And so you do have a very wide age range. That's just not something you see on conservative media because they're only showing you the TikTok videos that really have no relation to the people who are actually doing things in the real world. And then Joe says, are there more ex-socialists or more socialists over the age of... No, they're not No, this is a conservative fantasy. I'm very, very sorry to tell you this. This is a conservative fantasy. We are past the point in which people are going to grow up and become conservative. That's not going to happen. So, no, there are not older ex-socialists in the positions of institutional power. That's why they still control all the institutions. That's conservative talking points. I know who you are, Brian. Relax. I know who you are. Well, you say that, Kathy, but Inconceivable, the guy who said Inconceivable in The Princess Bride, Wallace Shawn, is a socialist. I know because I saw him at the Socialism conference. Rosalind, hello, Rosalind in Adelaide. Hi, Carlin. It's mid-Sunday morning here. I have really enjoyed and learned a lot in your most recent streams. How goes the knitting? I'm about a third away through a knitting along jacket. For myself, I think. I'm finishing up the West Knits Mystery Knit Along, which I'm calling the Groiper shawl because I'm doing the band version of the shawl, and I'm finishing up. I just started part 4, which is the last clue. So it's going well. I'm ready to be done this shawl. But thank you for the super chat, Rosalind. I greatly appreciate you as always.
Everyone here has planned a conference before, but it takes a lot of work. A lot. Like every little piece, like it's just, these are countless hours, tireless hours of volunteers. Like people who go to work, have to drop off groceries to loved ones, have to do laundry. Like, we all need clean clothes. Like, I have to do all these elements, do these things, and still chose to spend their free time building up this conference. And so I just want to really give it up to the organizers, like truly, because this is a lot. I also want to say that it is my first time in Atlanta. I am so excited. I'm trying not to get convinced by what TI says Atlanta is, so I'm expecting to see something different. But I'm just really grateful to be here. Atlanta holds so much significance for progressive people, for activists, for organizers. It's the home of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King, leaders of the Black freedom struggle, a struggle that's tied to the class struggle and revolution. And also, I've been a teacher for over a decade.
Oh. Oh, a
I
teacher.
teach in New
Oh,
York
good.
City, and a lot of my students'
Oh,
family ties
good.
are here in Georgia,
Oh,
constantly coming back in the summer, still have family here. And so seeing that this is the home of Black America, of Black history, which is American history. So I'm really honored and humbled to be here with you all today. But before I get into my presentation, I want to take a second, and you all have your base groups, your red tables. I want you to, we keep on talking about democracy, right? And I heard all the no's, no, this is not a democracy. All right, so what is democracy? So I want you to talk for a couple of minutes, not like 3 minutes in your groups. What is democracy? And I want,
oh, this will be
just
good.
be ready to
I want to
volunteer. I'm
report
going to
back.
probably take 3 or 4 volunteers to share, but talk with your groups. What is democracy?
And we'll fast forward through this, guys. But while we're doing that, as a reminder, socialists believe that democracy is essentially any time you have a government that's not socialist. That's legitimately what they believe. I'm just fast forwarding to try to find when they come back. No sound. Come on.
Power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop.
Oh.
Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. All right. Oh, thank you. I was just trying to bring you back, and I'm like, this is much bigger than a classroom.
This is a question from Digital Resurrection. So do feminists believe they're socialists or realize that's what they're advocating for? Hope this is okay to ask. Yeah, absolutely. It's okay to ask. It's a tough one, right? Because there are different groups of feminists out there. Are there some feminists who are absolutely, hang on. Sorry, I had to ban another moron in my chat. Are there some feminists who are socialists? 100%. Then you have like the radical feminists who propped up a lot of this stuff without realizing what they were doing. So it's hard to answer because there's so many different feminist groups out there that believe different things. But yeah, some of them are socialists, some of them are not. Some of them are kind of useful idiots for socialists and they don't realize it. So it really is a wide spectrum. We would have to get more specific about the groups that you're talking about, but I do appreciate you asking the question. Let's see, I got a super chat from Brooklyn. Brooklyn says that's because Senator Marsha Blackburn missed an opportunity when Ketanji Brown Jackson played her like a goddamn fiddle. Well, Marsha Blackburn doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. None of them know what they're talking about, but I appreciate the super chat, Brooklyn. Thank you. Yeah, I think there's truth to this, that some feminist groups have definitely been co-opted, Tate, and I think that there's definitely truth to that.
So I still want to hear from about 3 people, or 3 tables, if you will. So let's go with this table next to the coffee. All right, so someone from that table, just shout out, what's democracy? Oh, we have a mic, never mind.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mike Runner.
Sort of what we were talking about is democracy. Why should it stop at the
Why
ballot
is there
box?
a
Why
man
isn't
talking?
it in your why isn't it in your workplace? Why is there no democracy in your housing, in terms of your housing? Why is there no democratic rights to your health care?
So you know how we said earlier that socialists define democracy as socialism? Why is there no democracy in your workplace? Because we have capitalism, and that's the way capitalism works. Capitalism is not a democracy. Why is there no democracy in healthcare? What they mean by that is they want universal healthcare that's available to everyone. You know? So he's basically saying it is like our form of democracy is infusing socialism into all of these different institutions.
You know, like there needs to be democracy all around. There needs to be democracy in which we're able to collectively decide together, and certainly not to let these capitalists do the deciding for us.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly. Capitalists are not democratic. Dr. K, I missed the word egalitarian. Indeed, Jen. Indeed. Thank you for the super chat.
So the question of what is democracy is, it sounds like it's being limited, right? Like where it happens, how it happens. All right, so I'm gonna go toward this middle section. I see a lot of people looking down. It makes me wanna call on you when you look down. Not gonna lie. Okay, so I'm looking at the table near the red box. So that back table, one person from that table. Yeah, sure. Okay, Mike.
Okay, one thing that somebody from our group said is knowing that you can be part of a system that supports all of your efforts and your needs in life.
So having your needs met, thank you.
See, socialism. The definition of democracy is socialism, where the government provides for all your needs.
Okay, and we're gonna do one more table, and I'm thinking, all right, just gonna go with the front table right here. So someone wanted to share out? Ooh, Mike Runner's gonna have to go through these chairs. Thank you, comrade.
Comrade.
Got moves. All right, who's ready? Thank you.
My table talked about freedom, having the ability to decide for decisions that matter to you, and then also seeing how, on the opposite end, what is not democratic, fascism, and that we want the opposite of that, which is freedom from coercion and oppression.
Yes. So the right to choose.
Pop quiz for the chat. What does fascism mean? When socialists say fascism, what do they mean? Democracy is the opposite of fascism. Okay, what does fascism mean? Let me know. You all know the answer to this, or my regulars know the answer to this. When they say that democracy is the opposite of fascism, fascism means capitalism. It means capitalism. It means capitalism. It means capitalism. Fascism means capitalism. 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 See, my chat is so smart. My chat is so much smarter than Tim Pool's chat. It's not even funny. Fascism means capitalism. 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 Excellent. Well done, guys. Well done.
News. So thank you everyone for engaging in that little pre-activity. But before I jump into the core of the presentation, I want to talk a little bit about where I'm coming from. I know I keep on talking about being a teacher. It's such a core element of who I am. I can't ever stop.
Oh, good.
Who are the educators in the room? Just like if we're for a little bit, a long time, just listen.
I wish we could have seen the
And I don't just mean in the schools, like everywhere.
Mm.
But I recently left the classroom about 2 months ago to organize full time. It's still really hard on my soul. But I taught all throughout the pandemic, right? I was part of that fight for a safe school reopening that thousands and thousands and thousands of teachers were engaged in all around the country. And we were working to support our students in truly unprecedented times, where the government and the political system was unprepared and unwilling to organize a response that protected public health and cared for people's well-being. As a matter of fact, the pandemic is still being used to justify budget cuts. Back in 2020, teachers, we were heroes, we were essential workers, and that song changed really fast. The local politicians and the media, they made us out to be the enemies of children.
You are the enemies
we
of
didn't want to
children.
work.
You are.
That was and is a lie.
No, it is
the only
truth.
reason schools reopened with some safety measures was because of unions and collective organization of workers who fought to reopen schools safely.
Come on.
Teachers, we are frontline problem solvers. During the pandemic, we made sure families had access to food, to technology, to extra tutoring. And even now, 2.5 years later, we're still helping students navigate housing insecurity, childcare, transportation, substance use. We shield our students, our people, our class from the problems of capitalism, because we're the ones on the front lines. Capitalism cannot survive without that work. It needs teachers to do that, and it needs women to do that. So we see this come up again. Someone shared an article about this Fortune.
Well, Viva says, capitalism justifies child labor and child trafficking. Well, Viva, the reality is that socialists who are arguing against capitalism are arguing to abolish the age of consent entirely and are completely okay with children being child sex workers. And I know that because there was a whole session about it at the Socialism 2023 conference that I went to, where I recorded them, and you can find this on my Substack, carlin.substack.com, where I recorded them talking about campaigning for the rights of children to be sex workers. So please tell me more about how socialism is going to save the children from sex work and human trafficking, because not only is it not going to save them, they're actually fucking promoting it at their own conferences. Try again.
Magazine released a headline on Thursday, and it reads, all the unpaid labor women did during the COVID recession in 2020 saved us from the economic crisis. If you want to know more about the boom and bust cycle of capitalism, I definitely encourage you to read Liberation School and also probably join the PSL to talk more about it. But that's what this is highlighting, that women were leaving the workforce to care for children, for family members, for elders, and that the recession became less severe because more women left the workforce to do unpaid work. So the layoffs didn't have to happen in the same way. Women were leaving the workforce. They were doing work that's unpaid and is essential, but does not have value under capitalism. It does, it's not paid though. It's the work that makes society run family, so that it does not collapse. This sounds pretty grim, right? But there's always a silver lining, right? The skills and the power of all that work, that's on our side. The freedom side, the working class, that's our side. Those are our skills. So it's our duty as organizers to really harness that, right? How do we organize that work, organize those skills? And again, I'm going to point to the work that made this conference happen, right? Those are the skills of the working class, our people who put this together. It's a choice to be here. Everyone who's in this room chose to spend their Saturday here as opposed to anywhere else. You could be doing literally anything else. But you being here means you don't want to give up. You don't want to let the system destroy our future. And this is just the beginning. So I want to speak a bit to where we are and the nature of what's coming. In the Party for Socialism and Liberation, we believe that we're entering a new period.
Milo, I think, asked what the PSL was. The PSL is the Party for Socialism and Liberation. They're the ones putting on the conference.
A new period of domestic struggle that constitutes a sharp break. And we don't know what the outcome will be, but it has revolutionary potential. And it also has the potential for reactionary and fascistic potential. It's an undecided moment because the battle hasn't been fought yet, but it's coming. The Supreme Court decision that folks spoke about earlier, that ends the constitutional right to an abortion, has to be understood in its full scope. So first of all, this fundamentally important right, the right to decide whether or not you want to become a parent, to make decisions about your health, about your family, about your body, about the right to end pregnancy safely, that right has only been on the books for the last 50 years. But it also enjoys the support of the vast majority of the population and the vast majority of women. And yet the Supreme Court, they did it anyway. Even though the majority of the country did not want this to happen, they went ahead and did it anyway. And the most important thing to understand from this, from their point of view, is that they succeeded in doing something truly extreme. They got confident.
Hang on, I want to acknowledge Teresa's chat. Teresa says, Carlin, hubby retired yesterday. We are trying to help a 31-year-old with life due to shit tons of medical. I feel so guilty not joining yet. You're appreciated. Teresa, that's okay. I understand that not everyone is in a position to join the Substack or support what I'm doing. You show up every week. You participate. I know that you're learning from it. Congratulations to your husband on his retirement. That must feel really, really good. Take care of you. And eventually, if you're able to at some point in the future, take care of what I'm doing, I would definitely appreciate it.
It was a direct and frontal assault on people, women and girls, and they succeeded. 6 individuals, 3 of whom were appointed by Trump, succeeded in eviscerating the legal right to abortion for everyone who needs it. And why did they do it? I mean, yes, we can say, all right, they're right-wing, lunatics, religious freaks, like, oh, I don't mean to say that, I'm in the church. Oh, God. I just realized that. But
They're in
that's
a
not
church?
it. That's not the end of the story.
They're
There's
in
a larger
a
agenda.
church. Holy
Based
shit,
on
they're in a
decision
church.
on the notion that abortion didn't exist in the original Constitution. What the Supreme Court is saying that the only real law of the land is the original Constitution. It's called constitutional originalism. Has anyone heard of that before?
Yes!
Probably a lot recently,
That's
right?
the entire point.
And all the amendments that came after that. So we're talking the 13th, 14th, 15th
No,
amendments
wrong.
that Comrade Kim spoke about earlier during Reconstruction. That's voting rights, that's labor rights, that's marriage equality. All these rights are on a chopping block.
Wait. This bitch just said that the Supreme Court only considers the original amendments to the Constitution to be part of the Constitution, and they ignore all the other amendments. Remind me, am I allowed to vote? Because I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to vote. Now, there are admittedly a lot of people on the right that would like to take that away. Too bad, so sad, assholes. But like, I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to vote. So that means that the Supreme Court is not just considering the original Constitution. They do actually consider those other amendments as well. My God. Here, let's listen to that again. People are asking to hear it again. Basically, what's happening is she's complaining about the repeal of Roe v. Wade. And yes, this is one of those instances where socialists are always lying. Always keep that in mind.
Agenda. Basing a decision on the notion that abortion didn't exist in the original Constitution. What the Supreme Court is saying
That's
the
not what
only
they
real
said.
law of the
That's
land
literally
is
not
the
what they
original
said.
Constitution. It's called constitutional originalism.
That's
Has
not
anyone
what they
heard of
said
that
at all.
before?
That wasn't
Probably
the
a lot
argument.
recently, right? And all the amendments that came after that. So we're talking the 13th, 14th, 15th amendments that Comrade Kim spoke about earlier during Reconstruction. That's voting rights, that's labor rights, that's marriage equality. All these rights are on a chopping block. To put it into perspective, I want to go through some examples. In 1910, the number of Black people who could vote in Mississippi was 2%. That was before the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which is not part of the original Constitution.
Correct, Milo.
But the Black working class made it part of the Constitution. And people of other races fought alongside them.
Well,
they help with that as well. The Environmental Protection Agency's ability to regulate emissions was another case that they recently decided.
So I want to take a question from Digital Resurrection. Does anyone have a good book recommendation to learn more about socialism with commentary or explanations? So Digital Resurrection, I actually cover a lot of this stuff on my Substack. I have a lot of written articles that you can access in the Woke 101 series. I have the Woke Mind series. I have the Video Vault where I have clips with additional explanation. I do long form articles about it. You can access my Substack. A lot of it's available for free. Some of it's behind a paywall at carlin.substack.com. And I'm always working on adding more stuff there. So that would be for me, like I'm being a little selfish, but like no one is actually talking about socialism in the way that I am, that I know of. There might be other people, but I don't like introduce me to them if you find them. But if you want more information, I have a metric ton of content on my Substack. And so I would refer you there.
Supreme Court. The agency's sole responsibility is to regulate emissions, and this is an era of climate catastrophe. We just saw the hurricane Hurricane Nicole hit Florida. That's also not in the original Constitution. They weren't thinking about climate catastrophe in the original Constitution. I mean, frankly, they weren't thinking about a lot of things, right? They were slaveholders, right? Committed mass genocide against indigenous people. You know what else is not in the original Constitution? Right to vote. Democracy.
And yet I can still vote,
actually
as it turns out.
The oldest document of its kind still in use around the world. I Googled it, it's true. So I want to emphasize what's coming. The US Supreme Court has agreed to hear this case called Moore versus Harper. Now, the Supreme Court term, it just started in the early fall, and it goes to the end of the spring.
I want to just be really clear about what we're talking about when these people are talking about how the Constitution isn't real and like they don't take it into consideration, all that stuff. These people are literally talking about abolishing the Constitution. That's what they're going to try to do. They want to get rid of the Supreme Court because of the Roe v. Wade stuff. They want to dismantle the Supreme Court. They keep calling it the unelected Supreme Court because they want to delegitimize it, because they want to dismantle it, because the Supreme Court is like the only check really that is on these people right now. So I want to just be really clear about that. Abolishing the Constitution is going to be one of the things these people try to do because they cannot implement their Marxist utopia fully until they get rid of that pesky Constitution because of free speech, free expression, freedom of the press, stuff like that. They can't have the Marxist utopia while the Constitution is intact.
Early summer. So we don't know when they're going to make the decision, but in all likelihood, it's probably going to be in the late spring, early summer of next year. Now, this case involves gerrymandering. Who's heard of gerrymandering before? Oh, this is great. Okay. I hope I'm going to explain it well, because now I'm like, all right. But the North Carolina State Supreme Court, they ruled that the Republican state legislature, so the court in the state says that the legislature in the state, that they created a redistricting scheme that was illegal, so that Republicans would always win. Now, gerrymandering happens all the time. The Republicans do it so they can win. Democrats do it so they can win. But the reality is that it's a tactic used to dilute Black voting power. So either in areas where the Black vote is a majority or significant minority, they gerrymander, redraw those districts. So it makes it so that it gives an advantage to one party over the other. And the right wing tends to use it to disempower the Black vote. So in North Carolina, the state Supreme Court said that the new redistricting scheme was so outrageous that it guaranteed a Republican victory, and thus made a complete mockery about the notion of democracy and democratic choice. What also makes this more case noteworthy.
Really? So I have a chat over on Rumble from my MJH who says Carla Reyes has a consulting and coaching business online. Are you sure it's the same person? That's interesting. What is she consulting or coaching on? Let me know.
Is that the Republicans in North Carolina argue that the state Supreme Court doesn't have the authority to say anything about what the state legislature decides about the elections. So the court has no right to say anything to the legislature about how to run elections, because they're arguing that the US Constitution gives all authority only to the state legislature in terms of how to run elections. So the fact that the Supreme Court says, you know what, we're going to take this case, it means that 4 out of the 9 justices want to discuss the merits of the argument put forth by the state legislature. This means that the state legislature can pick the slate of electors, regardless of the popular vote. Now, Electoral College. I know, boo them, boo them. But I'm going to talk about it because we need to know what it is so we can fight it,
Thanks,
right?
Brooklyn.
So I want to explain the Electoral College a little bit. So voters, you go cast your ballot, vote in the state, count it up, or not in some states, but the idea is to count it up. And then the state says, all right, well, most people voted Republican, so we're going to pick a slate of electors that are Republican, right, 13, let's say, and they're going to go vote in the Electoral College. This sounds democratic, right? No, see, you guys are smart. This is a great crowd. No, right? It's not. It's not very democratic. It's already set up to weaken the urban centers where 83% of the US population lives. I don't just mean the cities, but the areas also around it that make the cities run, where a lot of workers also live. A vote in California or New York doesn't carry as much weight as it does in Wisconsin with this method. In fact, if the Supreme Court upholds the theory being argued in Moore versus Harper, which is called the independent state legislature theory, it opens the door for the complete negation of democracy. It has the power to completely disregard the popular vote, so that the state legislatures can determine how elections are run. It could impact elections and change the form of government. So if folks remember, maybe you don't, I needed a reminder myself, Trump made this argument over and over again when he claimed that the election was rigged. He said that the state legislatures needed to appoint their own electors, despite the popular vote. That all the power is vested in the state legislature, not the popular vote. This completely undermines the idea of one person, one vote. When you expect to vote, you expect my vote's gonna be counted, it means something. They're undoing the fabric of what that means. They're trying to. And that's why the Supreme Court took this case. They want to change the form of government in the United States.
Thanks, my MJ.
The right wing of the
Appreciate it.
Supreme Court is the tip of the spear of the right wing vanguard. And the right wing of the ruling class understands that their power is slipping. The country has changed. Just look in this room. Too many Black folks, Latino folks, young people who will not vote Republican, and they can no longer win national elections. So since 1988, and that's before I was born, I know some of you guys were wondering, I've been teaching for 10 years, that was before me. Republicans, they have won the popular vote for presidency once since 1988. It was in 2004 when Bush defeated Kerry. Now, in 2020, Trump had 73 million votes, which is the most of any Republican candidate. And he still lost to Joe Biden. Joe Biden, of all people, still lost by about 8 million votes. So they know this. And because they can't win with the rules as they're written, they want to change the rules before it's too late. They have this opening right now. They want to take it. They want to take it so that the Republicans can dominate the future. So they're taking a real offensive against the American people right now. And they're confident because they got away with eviscerating abortion rights. And they're playing a very dangerous game. On January 6, 2021, an armed, violent, far-right base stormed the Capitol.
Well, we're seeing things differently today, aren't we? Since now all the January 6 tapes have been released, and it doesn't really seem as though most of the people were, which I've been saying since January 6. Because I was at the Capitol on January 6th, and I was like, most people weren't even doing anything, and the cops weren't doing anything, and the cops were mostly just standing around, because the cops weren't really afraid of anyone, because most people weren't doing anything. There were a couple hooligans who were breaking windows, and like, I never went inside the building, so I don't know what was going on in there, but the tapes that I've seen coming out in the last couple days since they released the January 6 tapes to everyone seem to show that people were like walking around and being nice to police officers and weren't actually armed and weren't actually. So I'm just saying this presentation was a year ago. We might be singing. This may not have aged well, is all that I'm saying.
And when you think about it, that could be a dress rehearsal for the sort of institutional coup where the Supreme Court empowers a right wing to constitutionally ignore the popular vote in the states where they lose. They can just contest every single state they lost. I want you to think about the implications of that for a moment. What that could trigger: a crisis in major cities, a level of mass action and civil disobedience that's unprecedented, the questions that it puts for the police, the military, mayors, governors, and how it could empower the far right. The whole system could be seen as illegitimate for huge numbers of people, hundreds of millions of people who've been told their whole life that they live in a democracy, one person, one vote. And I'm not really talking about people just in this room, right? So we're here learning together, engaging in this process of education together, but I'm talking about the people outside this room who, in a way, we need to win over, because if we want to win in the long term, we need millions of people on our side who are willing to agree with us, fight with us. So I want us to really think big when I say that millions of people could see that their entire life is undone when the democracy as they know it isn't real anymore. So it's really clear that we've been entering a new period of global politics, right? We've seen it with the wars. But also there's a new sharp break in domestic politics. And it might seem crazy to think about, but that's how fast politics can change. We talk about it all the time, it's dynamic. The idea that the right-wing legislatures can decide who will receive the electoral votes in their state and ignore one person, one vote, that is completely unacceptable. And the people of the United States will not accept that. Women are not going back. LGBTQ folks are not going back. The Black community is not going back. The Latino community is not going back. The people are not going back. But for us, the movement cannot just be about defending the existing system. That's the program of the Democratic Party. They're the reason we're in this mess to begin with. One section of the ruling class, they try to
See, they hate the Democrats more than they have talked about their hatred of the Democrats far more in this conference than their hatred of the conservatives.
take away our hard-earned rights. We fought for those rights, they're ours. And the other section of the ruling class,
they've talked about their hatred of the Democrats more than they hate conservatives, more than they hate white people, more than they hate men, more than they hate any of the groups that they're supposed to, more than they hate Christians. They haven't even talked about Christians. They haven't really talked about men, even though this is a women's socialism conference. So you'd think this would be like ground zero for them talking about how much they hate men. Haven't talked about it at all. Haven't talked about how much they hate white people at all, even though all I hear from the conservative right is these people hate white people so much. They're always plotting against white people. But you know what they have talked about? Their hatred of the Democratic Party, and they've talked about their hatred of capitalism quite a bit. This is why it's so important to differentiate between right-wing talking points about these people and what they actually believe. Because they don't talk about how much they hate white people. They really don't. They don't talk about how much they hate men because they don't. They don't hate white people. They don't care what people's skin color is. They don't, because whiteness means capitalism. They don't hate men because they want to eliminate all gender entirely. They don't really care about Christians other than Christians as a political organizing force. The things they hate are the Democratic Party, which they believe stands in their way from getting what they want, and they hate capitalism. And that's it. Nope. Ryan, you lately have been treading dangerously close to, you watch my content all the time, and so you should know the answer to this. I'm going to be really honest. I appreciate that you're asking questions, but like, I feel like you're asking the same question over and over and over and over and over again. No, Ryan, the patriarchy does not mean men. What? This is a question for Ryan and Ryan only. What created the patriarchy, Ryan? What created the patriarchy? We'll wait for Ryan to answer. What created the patriarchy? Was it men that created the patriarchy? No, it was capitalism that created the patriarchy. So you know the answer to this. So you know the answer to this is no. If you ask the question, doesn't the patriarchy mean men? And then you say that capitalism obviously created the patriarchy, you know that the answer to this question is no. And so why are you asking it? Again, I have no problem with new people asking questions. I do have a problem with people who watch my content regularly pretending that they don't know the answer to something and then asking a question they already know the answer to. You don't have to be quiet, Ryan, but like, you've been asking a lot of questions that I know you know the answer to, and I think you're doing it to be provocative, and I don't understand why. Because you already know the answer. The patriarchy doesn't mean men. The patriarchy means capitalism.
they want to hold us hostage in between election cycles every couple of years. We have to become a third force, a separate force. And we saw that with the Kansas referendum in August, the abortion referendums that passed earlier this week. There is a possibility for a mass progressive response to this right-wing assault. It's an indicator that we can organize and that we can rebuild a mass movement. We have to expand democracy and make this a fight to change the whole system. And we're moving forward. We're demanding nothing less than true democracy. We want to put an end to all voter suppression. We want to expose all the schemes and put an end to them. We need to stop the Republicans from dictating the terms of what we care about. They set the agenda constantly. And the Democrats, they don't fight them. They fail to deliver on every single promise. They have every opportunity, and they have us running in circles instead. They didn't deliver on abortion. They didn't deliver on student debt cancellation. They didn't deliver on universal pre-K. But we don't need them. We're going to fight them. We're going to fight the Democrats. We're going to fight the Republicans, because we're building an independent mass movement that will demand true democracy and nothing less. We're fighting for a movement that's going to demand abolishing the Electoral College, abolishing the Supreme Court, abolishing the Federal Reserve, abolish the Senate too. Take them all.
What? Wait, what? Why are we abolishing the Senate? Pop quiz. I'm okay with them abolishing the Fed. We can align with that one. So socialists are admitting they want to abolish the Electoral College. Duh. Socialists are admitting they want to abolish the Supreme Court because they view the Supreme Court as an unelected check on everything they want to do. Duh. They want to abolish the Fed. That's cool. We're fine with that. But why the Senate? Why do they want to abolish the Senate? And we're going to listen to the clip again, but why do they want to abolish the Senate? Pop quiz for the chat. Why do they want to abolish the Senate? The Senate specifically. Does anyone? Yeah, exactly. Libertarians are like, all right, we can work with you on that one. That's exactly right, Zachary. That's exactly right. Because each state only gets 2 Senate seats. Lisa got it as well. Only 2 senators per state. So they view the Senate, the existence of the Senate, as undemocratic because every state gets 2 senators. Let's listen to this again. This is great. What a clip. Thank you, Carla, for this gift that you've given us tonight.
That will demand true democracy and nothing less. We're fighting for a movement that's going to demand abolishing the Electoral College, abolishing the Supreme Court, abolishing the Federal Reserve, abolish the Senate too. Take them all.
Thank you.
A movement that demands the right to live with dignity, that demands accessible housing, healthcare, jobs, decent income, canceling all debt. I'm talking all of it.
All of it.
Healthy food, all of it. We want it all because it's ours to take.
All right.
This is a battle for democracy, but it's also a battle for a new democracy. And we're moving towards this new democracy and moving towards a socialist horizon. So instead of using our massive...
Wait. We're moving towards a new democracy and a socialist horizon. Again, we talk all the time about how these people define democracy, how the left defines democracy is a socialist government. They say if you are a capitalist, it is undemocratic for you to be a capitalist. What did she just say? We're defining a new democracy and a new socialist horizon. Let's listen again.
All because it's ours to take. This is a battle for democracy, but it's also a battle for a new democracy. And we're moving towards this new democracy and moving towards a socialist horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of using our massive resources and technology to fund new wars and billionaire vanity projects, we could use those resources to pay for the things that matter, to meet people's needs. And this is just the beginning. We're way beyond demanding a new president. We need a new system. We need a new society. For the people on the planet to survive, capitalism must end.
Is everyone clear on what the socialist goal is? Is everyone crystal clear? It's not about abolishing white people. It's not about abolishing men. It's not about abolishing Christians. It is about abolishing capitalism and our entire system of government and replacing it with a socialist, Marxist alternative. Is anyone confused about what these people want? Yes, That was possibly the most explicit explanation for what these people want that we have ever seen in the history of Socialism Saturday. Oh yeah, yeah. She said the quiet part out loud into a microphone very, very loudly. Excellent. Excellent. All right, let's move on. We still have over 2 hours of this left. God, we're going to be here all night.
I'm going to read something in Spanish.
Oh, good.
Cuando los de abajo se mueven, los de arriba se caen. And this means when those at the bottom move, those at the top fall. And
That's
we're going to
the
make them fall.
proletariat. That's the dictatorship of the proletariat.
So, I have a question for you guys. It's capitalism or it's us? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
Wow.
Who's got the power? We got the power. What kind of power? Who's got the power? What kind of power? Who's got the power? Who's got the power? What kind of power? What kind of power? Thanks you.
Now that definitely didn't seem cult-like at all, did it? But I gotta tell you guys, I'm so happy. I'm so happy because I knew when I started watching Socialism like a year and a half ago, I kept telling myself, Carlin, if you just watch enough Socialism, eventually they're just gonna lay out their entire, you're gonna find that perfect clip, that perfect video where in the middle of a 6-hour Socialism conference, they're going to lay out everything they believe. And I'm like, guys, we found the mother lode. We found it. It took us a year and a half of watching thousands of hours of Socialism, but we found it. I knew that if we just stuck with it. And I watched Socialism until I drove myself crazy. And I'm still convinced too. I am still absolutely convinced that if we just watch enough Socialism, eventually they're going to admit how they stole the 2020 election. Not that they stole the 2020 election. The 2020 election was the most perfect election in the history of elections. But I am absolutely convinced that at some point we're going to find on like some obscure socialist channel. If we just need to watch all the Socialism on the internet, guys. That's our mission, to watch every little bit of Socialism on the internet until we find all the clips where they admit everything.
I'm ready to march out of here right now.
Me too.
So I hope you feel really energized. And I also, you can see some Post-its on your tables. We haven't used them yet. We're about to. In this fight, this collective fight for a new socialist and democratic future, I want you to think to yourself for a second. What do you want to see? What are you left wondering? What are some questions that you have? But also, what do you want to see in this socialist democratic future? And so I want you to write it down on the Post-it and just hang on to it, because if you see over there, there's a beautiful piece of art that says a socialist future. And later on, not now.
Thank you, Carol. I
it'll
appreciate
take
you.
Logistically way too long to get it up there, but I want you to hang on to it and put your name on it. I believe in saying things with your chest. So put your name on it. And then at some point, we'll be directed to put them up on the wall. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a real honor, and I hope to talk to you more.
It's been our honor, Carla. Thank you. Thank you for your service, Carla. We appreciate you. Wow.
Thank you, Carla. Are you guys fired up? Are you guys fired up? All right. So now to close out this plenary, we are going to hear from Rachel Domon. Rachel is a Boston-based Haitian organizer, artist, and writer.
Boston.
She has been a proud member of the PSL since 2018 and is a regular contributor to the PSL Socialist, Feminist.
Exactly. Every conservative that has ever doubted me, pay up $2. I mean, not just conservatives, anyone that's ever doubted me. I knew I would find it eventually. God, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it.
This magazine, Breaking the Chains. After Rachel speaks, we will then move on to our second Red Table Talk. So everyone, please welcome Rachel.
Oh, this is not mine. Yeah, I'm gonna need it real high so y'all can see these platforms.
Mountain Goddess, send it to activelyunwoke@gmail.com, please. Thank you.
Ooh. Thank you, comrade. Peace, everybody.
Comrade.
How's everyone
Great.
feeling? I know I'm feeling fired up. I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling fired up. Give it up again for Carla, that amazing speech. All our other speakers.
Yes, give it up for Carla. Yes, everyone clap for Carla.
I want to continue on some of those same themes that Carla was talking about in some of our previous speakers and talk with you more about the future, our collective future.
Thank
and I
you,
want to
God.
introduce
Thank you.
an exciting new project of the PSL, a new book entitled Socialist Reconstruction, A Better Future for the United States.
Oh, wow. They've written an entire book about what they want to turn the United States into. I wonder if that book is available as like a free PDF on their website. Excellent.
Give it up.
What?
I want to introduce it to frame our discussion of what the collective future for us could really be.
Excellent.
So in recent years, especially, we've been inundated, right, with apocalyptic popular media and culture. We have movies, TV shows, news media, and more, which have sought to highlight the seeming permanence of the current capitalist system, while simultaneously bringing forward a sense of defuturization, that we simply have to get comfortable with not having a future at all, right? That's what they're trying to tell us. Collectively, we are led to believe that there's a greater chance that we'll see the end of the world before we ever see a new and better world. That's what they're trying to inundate us with. It's no secret, right, that many of our communities are in crisis. And in fact, it's the current capitalist system that confronts the world with these crises of mass inequality, climate change, war, and the list really goes on and on, right? While millions of people
I'm so happy because what have I been telling you guys for like years, it seems at this point? That the 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. So one of the things that socialists do is every problem that they talk about, whether they believe it's a real problem or not, it doesn't really matter. Every single problem that leftists talk about, they're going to say, do you know what caused this problem? Capitalism. Capitalism caused this entire problem. Capitalism is to blame for every pain you feel. Capitalism is the bane of our existence. Capitalism is what keeps us an oppressed people. Every single thing from climate change to inflation to COVID to education, every single problem we have in society is the fault of capitalism. What did she just say? What did she just say? That every single crisis that we face in the world is because of capitalism. Let's listen again. She's literally going to say it out loud.
Before we ever see a new and better world. That's what they're trying to inundate us with. It's no secret, right, that many of our communities are in crisis. And in fact, it's the current capitalist system that confronts the world with these crises of mass inequality, climate change, war, and the list really goes on and on, right?
All inequality is created because of capitalism. Because all inequality is created because of capitalism, do you know what we need? We need equity. All inequality is caused by capitalism. The only thing that can fix inequality that's created by capitalism is equity. What does equity mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What does equity mean? Every time you see equity showing up in your school district, every time you see equity showing up in your workplace, every time you see a story about equity in the media, every time you see a leftist with tweeting something about equity, what does equity mean? If equity is the solution to all inequality that's caused by capitalism, what does equity mean? Equity means equality of outcome, which means Marxism. It means socialism. Equity means sameness. Equity means Marxism. Equity means socialism, Marxism, equality of outcome. All that means Marxism. You cannot have equality of outcome in a society built on capitalism, guys. Sameness. Equality of outcome, Marxism. Socialism. Marxism, equality of outcome, Marxism, equality of outcome. Equity is Marxism. Equity is anti-capitalism. Socialism, Marxism. Exactly. Well done.
While millions of people recognize that capitalism is at the root of the issues that we face and simply could not be what solves these crises. If and
we can't solve equality or climate change or any other crisis in our society under capitalism because capitalism created the problems in the first place.
How capitalism can be replaced seems a little bit less clear to some people. Many of us here might identify as socialists, hopefully, and see that, yes, socialism is the answer to these issues of capitalism. Even the comrades before said capitalism is the disease.
Yes! We can't solve this under capitalism. Socialism is our answer. I just it feels so good. I feel like I've been called crazy on the internet for years. And it just feels so good to find, honestly, I'm tearing up. I'm getting emotional. I've been called crazy on the internet for years for talking about this. Every single time I've said the 4 goals of the woke left are always the same: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in a Marxist utopia. I have been called crazy on the internet so much. And it just really makes me feel good that I'm being vindicated. I wasn't just making it up. I am being totally and complete. I was right. I'm going to do a total Nick Fuentes from his stream the other day. I was right. Everyone made fun of me. I got raked over the coals. I was right. Oh, God. It does feel good, though. I'm not going to lie. It does feel really, really good. Milo, thank you for the super chat. A, this stream is gold. B, tomorrow by this time, tomorrow night, the world may have its first libertarian president of a country with Javier Milei. Viva! Viva Javier. Yes, Milo, I'm very excited. Everyone, if you're in Argentina, please vote for Javier, please. We know they're probably going to steal the election anyway, but please vote for Javier. Thank you for the super chat. Carlin is not crazy. Carlin is just ahead of everyone else. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Ain't it the truth? Carlin is not crazy. She's just ahead of everyone else. She makes learning socialism so fun and thought-provoking. Thank you, Zachary. I appreciate it. And Carlin, trust me, I'm in the same position as you. Half of my family views what I tell them as false and down the rabbit hole. Yeah, well, we do go down the rabbit hole. That's true. God. This one feels good, guys. It really does. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me this moment. Now let's focus. Okay, we're going back.
Socialism is the cure.
Let's just listen to this again. Let's listen to let's just listen to this whole thing again, just for fun, okay? Let's listen to just so I can feel extra good about myself tonight.
We ever see a new and better world? That's what they're trying to inundate us with. It's no secret, right, that many of our communities are in crisis. And in fact, it's the current capitalist system that confronts the world with these crises of mass inequality, climate change, war, and the list really goes on, right? While millions of people recognize that capitalism is at the root of the issues that we face and simply could not be what solves these crises, if and how capitalism can be replaced seems a little bit less clear to some people. Many of us here might identify as socialists, hopefully, and see that, yes, socialism is the answer to these issues of capitalism. I mean, the comrades before said capitalism is the disease, socialism is the cure. But often, even in the mainstream socialist or left-leaning political engagement, it can come off as, well, you know, we believe in this, but it's something far, far off from the current reality. How depressing is that, honestly? It's one thing to say that another world is possible or that we want a future free of injustice, but it's another to understand and believe that it's not only possible, but an imperative right here in the United States. Exactly. And that's exactly why we brought together experts and organizers, all who are fighting for socialism here in the US, to write this book, Socialist Reconstruction. Because as socialists, we must fight in the battle of ideas now, wherever we can and as openly as possible. We can't simply allow our people or even ourselves, right, to fall victim to these depressing apocalyptic narratives from the ruling class about what is possible and what our future will look like. We need to link together the everyday struggles of our people with the necessity and possibility of a new system and a socialist collective future. Socialist Reconstruction aims to demonstrate, rather than just declare, just talk about it, that there is an alternative to capitalism here in the US. You know, for decades, anti-communism has been what we call in the PSL the unofficial religion of the US.
Let's bring
and the US
back,
being at the center of the global capitalist system has served to really skew mass consciousness, what people are thinking, right? But we're also seeing, at the same time, excitingly, this fog of anti-communism lifting and socialism being more popularly discussed, researched, and supported in the mainstream.
Wow.
So with the book, we hope to draw on that excited and curious energy.
They're literally celebrating the fact that they're winning. They're like, socialism is more popular than ever. We used to have to deal with all these anti-communists, and now socialism is just being talked about ever. We need to capitalize on this energy of the public being more receptive to socialism than ever. Holy shit.
Raise the socialist and communist horizon and reintroduce that horizon into our day-to-day organizing work. This book seeks to make socialism vivid and real and really give people a taste of what is possible so that they can order themselves a full helping. Right. Now, we don't have a crystal ball. This book isn't any sort of utopian prediction for our society or our collective future. And we also know that a new power.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Jen. Jen says, I don't believe socialists know that utopias are actually secret dystopias. I think they're too optimistic. Well, of course they're too optimistic, Jen. They think it's all going to be perfect and they're all going to be artists. Thank you for the super chat.
Could never be bound by the script of any text, right? When the working class comes to power involving millions of people in the reorganization of society, so many new ideas and solutions will be generated that have never even been thoughts, right? We haven't even been able to conceptualize them under the current capitalist system. But what Socialist Reconstruction does do is take seriously the question of what it could look like to build a socialist society in the US, completely transforming society from ending the US's imperialist exploits to eliminating poverty, racism, and bigotry, to preparing to ensure that everyone can adapt and flourish on this warming planet that we find.
They truly believe that if they get rid of capitalism and they implement socialism, they will get rid of racism. Remember, whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism because they believe capitalism created slavery, slavery created systemic racism. The basis of systemic racism is capitalism. They believe that they need to get rid of capitalism in order to solve for systemic racism. That's why she said, when we have socialism, we will get rid of racism. We will get rid of inequity or inequality. I'm not sure which one she used, but she definitely meant inequity, because they very literally believe that they have to get rid of capitalism in order to solve for racism. Let's listen to that part again. I got a super chat from Starbright too. Starbright says, paying it forward for clueless conservatives towards the $2 Carlin is right jar. Thank you, Starbright. I really do appreciate it.
From ending the U.S.'s imperialist exploits to eliminating poverty, racism, and bigotry.
I want to go back a little bit more.
Right? We haven't even been able to conceptualize them under the current capitalist system. But what socialist reconstruction does do is take seriously the question of what it could look like to build a socialist society in the U.S., completely transforming society. From ending the U.S.'s imperialist exploits to eliminating poverty, racism, and bigotry, to preparing to ensure that everyone can adapt and flourish on this warming planet that we find ourselves on. The wealth and development of modern society is vast, right? We live in the richest country in the history of the world. But what's necessary is that it be used for the good of the people rather than for private profit. And each chapter in the book illustrates that another world isn't just possible, but so quickly achievable, right? Once private property is removed as the engine of society and the existing...
I'm going to cry. I'm so happy. What do they mean when they say they want to get rid of capitalism? Once private property is removed as the engine of society. I'm so happy right now. I have been trying to explain for months and months and months that how socialists define capitalism is private property. That is the definition. It's not about crony capitalism or corruption or any of that. That's not why they want to get rid of capitalism. They define capitalism as private property. Private property is what they want to abolish. She just said, once private property is removed as the engine of society. Let's experience that magic again.
And each chapter in the book illustrates that another world isn't just possible, but so quickly achievable, right? Once private property is removed as the engine of society and the existing resources and power structures that we have are reorganized to meet the needs of the people and the planet. So in the face of a capitalist system that wants us to give up so badly, it wants us to give up and to believe that we have no chance in creating a new world in the face of the current crisis and impending crises as well, socialist reconstruction really gives people something tangible to fight for that we can see, you know? So many of us here are putting in so much effort, right? Fighting to make a better future. And this book really provides us the grounding to keep going. So what may have seemed impossible, in fact...
Hang on, Digital Resurrection is asking a good questions. If they're saying the quiet part out loud, does that imply they're feeling confident and emboldened? The thing is, Digital Resurrection, they say the quiet part out loud all the time. This is how I knew what they were doing in the first place, because I've watched so much of this stuff that I've heard them say the quiet part out loud over and over and over again. The problem is that they usually don't say the quiet part out loud like this explicitly, because a lot of socialists speak in very flowery academic language that is hard for normal people to understand. But this is like the first time that we've heard it them say it this is the first time we've heard it them say it as explicitly as like I would say it. So they just usually, most socialists just usually speak in very much like academic language. So that's the problem. But do I think they're feeling emboldened? I mean, this woman literally told us that they wrote a book about what the socialist future looks like because they felt like socialism was becoming more accepted in society. So yeah, I think they're feeling very emboldened. And this was a year ago. So, but the point is though, they really do say the quiet part out loud all the time. The problem is because socialists speak in a coded language, most people don't know they're saying the quiet part out loud because they don't understand the coded language. These people at this specific conference have not been using coded language. They've been literally just saying it. And so that's the difference. But this is why everyone really needs to learn how to speak socialist, which I do have a class on my Substack, carlin.substack.com, that will teach you how to speak socialist. Just search for how to speak socialist and it should come right up. Because like once you know how to speak socialist, you can see through the coded language, so you don't need stuff like this. But I appreciate you asking the question. I think I saw another question too. Hang on. Wonder if Dr. K can clip and use some of it to cause... Well, I mean, I'm definitely going to be making a lot of clips of this video talking story, but not for a spy stream because this is just public on the internet. And then we got, hang on, Mandatory Carrie. Thank you for the support as always, Mandatory Carrie. I appreciate you. Yes, this is exactly right. They finally said it with 6th grade clarity. We need to follow all these people. All these people are like different from the academics.
Is an imperative necessity. We need socialism. We need socialism here. And we need each other to fight for and build it. So I definitely encourage you all, if you haven't already, to get yourself a copy of this amazing book so we can...
All right, guys, I need to go to the little socialist room really quick, so I'm going to take myself off the screen, but I'm going to trust you all to let me know if there's anything I miss while I'm gone. I wish I could wait, but like I'm old and we have to go to the bathroom a lot. Okay, I'm off to the little socialist room. I'll be right back. Pay attention. Take notes in the chat.
Really start to collectively envision what our collective future can look like. Yeah, shout out to the comrades over there showing off the book. Yeah, right over there. So you can pick up, a copy right here at the conference. You can visit pslweb.org/store if you're trying to order it online. But yeah, hopefully this can really start our discussions on what this collective future could really be. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rachel. I got my copy. I'm so excited about this book that has been so long in the making, with incredible endorsements from writers Vijay Prashad and Cornel West. Now we are going to move into our second Red Table Talk. Hold on, I'm on like our tiptoes. Okay, there we go.
All right,
second Red Table Talk. This one will focus on the state of women in the workforce and at home.
Washing my hands.
So first up, we will have Claire Cook. Claire is a member of the PSL and lived in Washington, D.C. for 10 years and organized with One DC, a grassroots community organization fighting for racial and economic equity. She will be speaking on the false concepts of human nature and women's work. Everyone, please welcome Claire.
Oh, they gave away the PDF for the book? Excellent. Excellent. Oh, look, a white lady.
Thank you. All right. Beautiful room out here today. Very excited. So the comrades were just talking about a socialist future, and to understand or to come together around a future, we also have to understand our past. Under capitalism, history is erased and rewritten to reinforce the narrative that it's the highest, most evolved stage of human society. And at the same time, this
Okay, so when they talk about teaching real history in schools, when they're arguing to teach critical race theory in schools, and they say that anyone that doesn't want to teach critical race theory doesn't want to teach real history, this is what they're talking about. They say capitalism rewrote history, and in order to undo capitalism, we need to teach the real history, the true history, the radical history. And that's what they mean when they're making that argument about critical race theory in schools.
way of organizing society, a very unjust way, is presented as the most natural way. That this is just the way things are supposed to be, and the way things have always been. And it's just human nature to be competitive and bloodthirsty and destroying our planet and ourselves. But this isn't true. The development of the capitalist system was dependent on the subjugation of women, as well as the enslavement of Black and Indigenous people and the exploitation of the colonies. And today,
she just said two things. Capitalism created the gender binary and capitalism created slavery. Did everyone get that? She says that the capitalist system was dependent on the enslavement of women and the enslavement of Black and Indigenous people. That means capitalism created the gender binary by oppressing women in the home. Capitalism created slavery by making Black people private property. That's why whiteness means capitalism. Let's listen again.
And it's just human nature to be competitive and bloodthirsty and destroying our planet and ourselves. But this isn't true. The development of the capitalist system was dependent on the subjugation of women, as well as the enslavement of Black and Indigenous people and the exploitation of the colonies. And today, we know the capitalist system could not function. The ruling class could not make such immense profits if not for the unpaid work performed primarily by women of cooking, cleaning, taking care of children, elders, all this work that's unpaid, that's absolutely necessary to maintain and reproduce the lives of the working class.
That's social reproduction theory. That's why they want to abolish the nuclear family, because capitalism created the gender binary, which put women in the home to do the unpaid labor of the cooking and the cleaning that was necessary to maintain and reproduce the lives of the working class. That means that when people are having children, they are creating the future generation of proletariat workers that are going to be repressed under capitalism. And that's why they want to destroy the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is continuing to reproduce capitalism. That's what social reproduction theory means.
And before we ever come across these words themselves, capitalism, patriarchy, we start learning our place in these systems of exploitation. We start learning them basically as soon as we're born. Through toys and playtime, chores and schoolwork, jobs and family, we're taught the roles that we can and cannot play, what jobs we should and should not do, depending on our sex. The reality is, women's oppression is not natural, it is not innate, it is not biological, it is a system that has been intentionally cultivated, maintained, and brutally enforced. But patriarchy is a system that has always been resisted. We see the struggles of our sisters all through the world. The struggles have been waged in what?
Hang on. They believe that women should be paid to raise children. That's not entirely true. Let me rephrase. They believe that the state should pay to raise the children. Not necessarily that women should be paid to raise the children. They believe that the state should be paying to raise the children because the production of the children benefits the state. Was it capitalism when the ruling class took white slaves? Yes, it was. Yes. This, again, talking story, I need to beat the conservative talking points out of you. Whiteness is not skin color. Whiteness has nothing to do with skin color. So was it capitalism when the ruling class took white slaves? Yes, it was, because it was private property. That's what they care about. Whiteness means capitalism. Capitalism means private property. So yes, it was capitalism and it was whiteness, even if the slaves were white, because it has nothing to do with your skin color at all.
Against this oppression despite violent and repressive backlash. And through these struggles, we uncover the roots of women's oppression throughout the history of humanity. So the base of all societies is procreation and production, the creation of life, the sustaining of life, the tools and the knowledge to sustain that life. In the earliest societies, women were the center of the communities, with a matriarchal family system that traced lineage from mother to daughter. And for much of human society and human history, our societies have actually been characterized by collective living and laboring, collective cooperative societies. And we can still see this today. We could not have society if we were not naturally cooperative and wanting to work with each other. And for most of society, for most of history, women's oppression was not the reality. It's only in the last, couple hundred years or 1,000 years that it's become a norm. Again, there's nothing natural about it. The early societies are often depicted as hunter-gatherer. Men go off to hunt, women are staying behind and gathering fruits and berries and nuts and things. So there was a gender division of labor, yes, but it wasn't one of subjugation and inequality. So it was a gender division, but it was not, this is unequal and your work is devalued. The reality is so much more work.
When they say devalued, it's because women weren't paid to stay home and be housewives and raise children. Men were paid when they went in the workforce. Whereas when we're talking about like hunter-gatherer, it's different because the work was not their argument. I'm not saying I believe this. Their argument is that the work was not devalued because they were doing the work for survival. They were doing it because they needed to eat, right? And so it's not like they were receiving a paycheck for being hunter-gatherers. It was just that they did gendered labor, but it was both of the gendered labor was valued on the same level, whereas they're saying that capitalism created the gender binary because the work that women were doing in the home was not paid, and the work that men were doing out in the world was paid, which created a hierarchy and fundamentally wasn't equal because the man's work was valued, where because the women were not paid to stay home and raise the children, their work was devalued. Do people understand that?
Being performed by women, creating and advancing language, medicine, technology, art, culture, in addition to giving birth to children and rearing them. The creation of pottery, for example, not just serving the purpose of food preservation and storage, but also creating art. Pottery is also one of the earliest known examples of chemistry. With early agriculture and domestication of animals came a consistent surplus of food and supplies.
But everyday therapists, this is not how they're defining the gender binary. That's not how they're defining it. They're defining it on the basis of men going into the workplace and making money and women staying home to do the unpaid labor of raising the children. The difference is not whether or not the women had children. The difference is the men were paid for their work and the women were not paid for their work. That's what the patriarchy means.
And this brought about early practices of biochemistry. As women are creating yeasted bread, fermented liquors, they're expanding the human diet and also our scientific knowledge. Women were the first carpenters and roofers, tasked with the deconstruction and construction of shelter. So these roles of ancient women were mother, farmer, community leader, teacher. They were highly valued and respected roles in society. They were not oppressive roles. And then came the agricultural revolution some 8,000 years ago, and you had the creation of a surplus for the first time in human society, a surplus of food and materials. And when you had this surplus, the question is raised of who controls the surplus and how does that get passed down as society evolves. And this is when the great reversal.
Pop quiz for the chat, and I think you're new. So I understand why, hang on. I think you're new, so I understand why you might not know this. Why would raising a family be considered work in the minds of a socialist? This is a pop quiz for the chat. Because you're right, they do consider raising a family to be work, but why? Why do socialists consider having and raising a family to be unpaid labor and therefore repressive under the gender binary, which was created by capitalism? Does anyone know? We just talked about it a minute ago. It's work because the purpose of the nuclear family in the minds of the socialist is to literally raise the next generation of future workers that are going to continue to support and perpetuate capitalism. Because it's unpaid and it preserves the status quo, the basis of the problem of social reproduction. The family supports capitalism. That's why it's considered work. Unpaid labor to support capitalism. So the state is not paying for you to raise your family, but their argument is that the fact that you are raising the family is supporting the state, supporting capitalism, supporting bourgeois society. Because you're raising the next generation of capitalists, the family upholds capitalist society. It's unpaid labor on the part of a woman who must bear and raise children, but the purpose of it is to uphold capitalism. Well done. Well done. Yes, everyday therapists, I know you didn't mean that, but we're talking about them. We're not talking about you. We're talking about them. Yes, this is correct. They can't recognize value unless there's money attached to it. That is absolutely correct. And the reason they say that would be is that capitalism puts the almighty dollar above human beings. So they would take what you're saying and say, that's not us that can't recognize value in something. That's capitalism. Capitalism created that problem. I already answered this earlier, so I'm not sure if you're trolling, but I'll give you the quick too long didn't read just in case this is a good faith question. Abortion comes into this because abortion liberates women from the gender binary because it frees them from the oppressive gender roles of raising children in the nuclear family. That's how.
Of the social and economic leadership roles of the sexes takes place. Women's labor is gradually taken over by men as the production of goods becomes controlled by them, and it creates a new society, a new type of social system, a society and a system and a society built on class, with men becoming the center of the communities, the center of the household, and having control over both the means of production and familial life.
So men had control over the means of production and familiar life. Jen says socialists are greedy. Well, not really, actually. I wouldn't say that socialists are greedy. I would not say that. Remember, they're the ones that are going to say that capitalism values the dollar above everything, whereas socialists value human lives and human experience over the dollar. So no, I wouldn't agree that socialists are greedy. They actually believe they're being altruistic. All right, sorry, Diego, if I wrongfully accused. There were trolls in the reason I said that, Diego, is there were trolls in the chat earlier, so I'm sorry if I wrongfully accused you.
Women become forced out of the crafts they had developed. Some are relegated entirely to the home. And with the advent of private property,
Ding.
Also comes this concept of monogamous marriage so that the men's property can be passed down to his children, to his sons.
Yo! This is something the Groypers have been grilling me on. This is something the Groypers kept asking me. They were like, they kept asking about generational wealth. Do they want to get rid of capitalism and private property to get rid of generational wealth? And I kept saying, well, it makes sense, but I've never actually heard them say that. She just said it. That the advent of private property created monogamous marriage. By the way, they want to get rid of monogamous marriage because they want to queer the nuclear family, because queering the nuclear family is an attack on capitalism, yada, yada, yada. So she just said that private property created monogamous marriage so that the private property could be passed from the father to the son. Wow. I've never heard them say this before. So congratulations, Groypers. You were right about that. Yeah, we have to give credit where credit is due to the Groypers. We got there.
Entirely to the home. And with the advent of private property, also comes this concept of monogamous marriage so that the men's property can be passed down to his children, to his sons. And in order to enforce this comes the concept of virginity. And these practices are becoming enforced often violently through the church and the state as those come into existence. And this shift in how society is functioning leaves women.
We now all need to send Nick Fuentes $2 super chats. No, we don't, because that didn't come from Nick Fuentes. That came from random Groypers. Nick doesn't get credit for that. I don't know how I can get the Groypers $2 super chats, but the Groypers were right. I'm not sure Nick Fuentes was right.
Legally dependent on men.
But yeah, what this is saying, guys, is they're literally admitting that they want to abolish generational wealth, which makes sense, right? Because they want to abolish all private property. They don't want people to be rich. They don't want people to be poor. They want everyone to be at the same level. So that does necessitate getting rid of generational wealth. Yes, we will make Milk Tea Groyper the representative of all Groypers, and we will tell Milk Tea Groyper that he was right. And we will honor him or something. I don't know.
And these new family property laws reinforcing their inferior social status. Often women were treated as chattel, especially slaves with no control of their lives. The whole root of the word family, such a nice sounding word, actually came from...
Yo, I gotta say, I'm really happy with this clip. I feel like this is another in to get the Groypers to pay attention, because she's literally saying that the concept of virginity came from capitalism. When of course it didn't. Like, I mean, come on. But I do have... I should give Milk Tea Groyper a free membership or something. I'm gonna give him a membership in the Substack if he wants it.
An expression used to describe the owner of a wife, children, and slaves. So the wife, children, and slaves are the property of a man, and that's the word of family. That's where it comes from.
Wait, what?
And so as things
change... What? The word family comes from the idea that women and children are the property of men? This is also why they want to abolish the nuclear family, by the way. Apparently, there's no social life in socialism. Everyone remains a virgin. Well, no. I mean, I know you're joking, Jen, but like, no, they do not. Socialists are very, very, very promiscuous. Socialists are very promiscuous. A lot of socialists are sex workers. There are all sorts of sex work initiatives around it. Let's listen to that again.
Family, such a nice sounding word, actually came from an expression.
Hang on, I'm gonna go back a little farther.
New family property laws reinforcing their inferior social status. Often women were treated as chattel, especially slaves with no control of their lives. The whole root of the word family, such a nice sounding word, actually came from an expression used to describe the owner of a wife, children, and slaves.
Wow.
So the wife, children, and slaves are the property of a man, and that's the word of family. That's where it comes from.
Wow.
And so as things change, then the beliefs and attitudes towards women are also changing. Their work and contributions are becoming devalued. And today, our modern view of women's work and our contributions is distorted. And it's distorted that we just sort of always naturally did the things that we do of staying home and cooking and cleaning, that we just naturally love to do these things. Some of us do love to do them, but it's not a intrinsic biological, whatever. So then this also idea of women, the ability to create life being treated as a weakness and a reason to keep women out of the workforce and dependent on male providers. And again, these notions are reinforced by the state, by the government, denying women the right to vote, to own property, to have access to birth control, abortion, even the management of one's own personal finances, being able to have a credit card. Like, the state is reinforcing this division. But just as things changed with the advent of class society and capitalism, so too this society can change and will change. Women have always fought against this oppression. And despite the barriers, we continue to contribute meaningfully to all areas of the development of humankind and demonstrate resistance by calling out these lies through organized resistance and movement building. All right. Now I'm going to have us do an activity, Red Table Talk activity.
Oh, good.
So I want you all to think about your own experiences with these myths of patriarchy, of being told what you should and shouldn't be in this society as a girl or as a woman, or about these myths. People you love have experienced this and been hurt by it. So in your folders, you have a bright pink piece of paper.
Just snorted.
And I want you to write a couple of examples down from your personal experience. How has the patriarchy impacted you? How have these myths, what were you told as a child? What were you told as a teen? What were you told as you were going in college and going into the workforce that you've been resisting and that have bothered you? So write a few personal examples down, and then you have some time to share and talk with your table.
All right, guys, we are, of course, going to fast forward through this, but this is a nice time to remember to mount the like button for me. And we do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. This is going to be a little bit of a longer episode because I really want to get through the rest of this conference today. But we've been talking an awful lot, and, we still have a ways to go. But definitely, I appreciate everyone coming out. This has been such a good night in the history of Socialism Saturday. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Please make sure to double check that you're subscribed to the channel. All right, let's see. Hang on. All right.
What are we doing? We're tearing up these lies.
Wait, hang on. What? Did they do their report back? Wait, they're just going to write stuff down and then tear them up? Is that what that was?
Say get back. We
say fight back.
They say get back.
We say fight back.
They say get back.
We say fight back.
All right. So, are y'all sick of the shit that you had to write down on that? All right. So I want you to take your pink paper. Mine's not pink. And
wow. Stunning and brave, socialists. Stunning and brave. Rip up that paper, girls. You're defeating the patriarchy.
Right. And that's what we're doing. We're tearing up these lies, tearing up these myths, tearing up these ideas that women have a specific role in society, and instead we're creating a space where we are all liberated as people. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Claire. That was great.
Paperarchy.
Next up, we will have
Exactly.
Cecilia Paz. Cecilia is a university student and tutor based out of New Orleans.
Oh, good.
She studies ecology and environmentalism and is passionate about feminism and sustainable agriculture. Cecilia will be speaking about paid leave, childcare, and living wages under U.S. capitalism. Everyone, please welcome Cecilia.
A college student, just what I wanted to hear from.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Okay, there we go. Under our exploitative capitalist system, where healthcare and childcare are privatized, many working women don't have the ability to take time off.
Where healthcare and childcare are privatized. I just want to note that they want to make all healthcare and all childcare public.
Off of work for the term of their pregnancy, pay for exorbitant healthcare fees, or guarantee a dignified life for themselves and their children. Caring for children and family members is a form of work that falls primarily on women. Jobs like washing clothes, cooking meals, and other aspects of managing a household all fall under the umbrella of reproductive labor, labor that tends to be invisible and which is necessary for the working class to reproduce itself every day in order to keep our world running. Despite the fact that this reproductive labor is absolutely essential for the well-being of society, it is often unpaid because it does not directly generate profit for the bosses. Not only is bearing and raising children unpaid, it is in fact costly. It is taken for granted that women will take on the role of producing more workers for companies to exploit, yet our system deprives us of the resources to do so.
So she just said it right there. It's the job of women to produce the future generation of proletariat workers for capitalism to exploit, but the government is not paying for them to do so. They want the government to pay for all expenses related to children. And they don't believe that children should be the quote-unquote private property of their parents, which basically means they want the state to own the children.
We are the only developed country without guaranteed paid maternity leave, and only 1 in 4 US workers gets paid time off for childcare. While the costs of childcare and medical care increase, wages do not. Since 2019, the cost of childcare has increased by 5%, while the average real wage, which is the wage adjusted for inflation, has decreased by 3.3% in that same period. Families are having to fork over more and more of their menial incomes for basic needs. As a result, only wealthy women have the privilege and resources to afford quality health care for their children and to outsource childcare and other reproductive tasks, often to oppressed women who are drastically underpaid. Childcare is one of the lowest paid professional fields. Jobs like nannying, working at a daycare center, and being a home caregiver are primarily filled by Black women, immigrant women, and poor women. Childcare is one of the lowest paid, Given the precarity of abortion rights by state, working class women often do not have the choice whether to have a child, even if they cannot afford to provide a good quality life for the child or themselves.
That's where abortion comes in.
In most states, childcare costs comprise around 35 to 50% of an average single mother's income. So childcare workers are paid menial wages to care for other people's kids, but they can't even provide for their own. This is quite literally a life or death issue. Despite being the wealthiest country in the world, the United States has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. In fact, maternal mortality has increased steadily over the past 3 decades. This disproportionately impacts Black women. Due to lack of health care and reproductive care and medical racism, 3 Black mothers die in childbirth for every white mother who dies in childbirth in the US, and infant mortality is also much higher for Black and poor women. Also, in Louisiana, which is where I live, 4 Black mothers die for every white mother who dies in childbirth. Furthermore, children who experience stress from a young age from poverty conditions are more likely to go on to develop physical and mental health issues, struggle in school and employment, and die prematurely. It is ironic and sickening that the very politicians who enforce this system label themselves as pro-life. In socialist countries, care work is compensated and basic provisions like healthcare, family leave, and childcare are guaranteed. In Cuba, for example, like Addison was talking about earlier, all healthcare is free, including abortions and gender affirmation surgeries. Mothers are guaranteed paid leave from the beginning of.
See how they did that? So we're talking about childcare, we're talking about abortion, we're talking about the family, and she slips in all healthcare is free, including abortion and gender affirmation surgeries, because they view trans surgery and abortion as inextricably linked. This is important because every single time a leftist writes abortion legislation, they word it in a way that can also apply to trans surgery for children.
Their pregnancy through the first year of the child's life. The new family code, which was passed in September, shows what real pro-life policy looks like. It secures protections against abuse and negligence for children, formalizes the role of elders and grandparents in social reproduction, and expanded adoption rights to LGBTQ people. Under socialism, people get to choose whether or not to have a child. And if they do have a child, that child's life is not at the mercy of corporate profit. Women cannot be free until healthcare, childcare, and maternity leave are guaranteed human rights, not luxuries afforded only by the rich. So long as politicians remain out of touch with the working class, serving no one but themselves and the rich, so long as profits are valued over human rights, women cannot be free or autonomous. For this reason, the working class struggle is intrinsically tied to abortion rights and women's rights, and we must fight for a socialist system so that we can all be free. Thank you.
We must fight for a socialist system so we can all be free. They don't believe that we are free unless we have socialism. I need my other beer. Does anyone else need a beer? Tough, I don't have any for you.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Only for me.
So I see that we have new guests coming in, and so if you need a seat, there's like 3 seats up here in the front row if you wish.
Brains.
But moving right along, now we are pleased to hear again from Monica Johnson on the feminist movement today and the way forward. Please welcome Monica.
It's me. It's me again.
I love black feminists. I love them. I think they're entertaining as hell.
Actually, we're going to start
Where's Yasmin?
I'm going to teach y'all a chant, and we're going to do an activity again.
Look at the color.
I recently, along with Comrade Dartricia, got to visit Ghana for a few weeks. Got these cool pants. But a chant I learned there that I really like is Zulu. It was used during the South African anti-apartheid struggle, which of course is still ongoing, to actually have rule over their economy,
even have a snack.
over their social life and their political life there. And basically their version of power to the people is like power to us, literally. But it goes, I say, "Amen, la," and y'all say, "Away to." "Amen, la." "Amen, la." "Amen, la." Okay, so now you know it. And I'm going to use that to bring y'all back, but we'll do the activity of my talk. Will discuss what is a real liberatory feminism and what does a feminist future look like to y'all. So if you could talk in your groups for about 5 minutes. What is real feminism to y'all? What's the feminism that y'all identify with?
That's it. Okay. We're fast forwarding again through the parts with the talking at the tables, which is good for us because we got about an hour and a half left of this stream, guys.
I want to hear some responses from the tables. I will need a mic runner. Thank you. Thank you. What did y'all talk about? What was the red table talk focused on?
Does anyone mind if we go long? Should we just barrel through? Should we? Here are the choices. We can either, we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. We can either stop the stream and do the rest next week, or we can push through to the end. Which do you guys think? Which would you prefer? Just chat in which you would prefer. I'm not going to do a poll or anything. We should push through till the end? I think we should. I think we can do it. I think this is entertaining enough where we can do it. Yeah? You want to keep going? All right. We got this. We got this. Exactly. We trained for this. I sat through 3 days of socialism at the Socialism conference. We trained for this. All right. I'm glad you guys are as deranged as I am about socialism. Let's do it.
Where are the hands?
Our table talked about feminism being like a framework for like women to be able to define how they want to show up in society, the ways they want to work, what they want to do with their bodies, and also that framework being like the root of everyone, like men included, queer people, everyone being able to like define themselves outside the system of patriarchy and capitalism, and just showing up more for everyone.
Who's next? God.
So our table talked a lot about how feminism and gender equality, is like truly related to the roles that we have, at work and at home. And the previous speaker was talking about how a lot of these roles, they come from revolutions in society. We had the agricultural revolution, as they mentioned. We have the industrial revolution, which they mentioned. And all these things inherently changed and formed the roles that women, and of course men, have to partake in their daily lives. So if we're really serious about changing what women can do, because women shouldn't have to do anything, everything should be a choice, really. If we want to change what women can do in our daily lives, we have to have another revolution. We have to revolutionary change everything around us in the way that we always have been. That's the way we do it.
Facts. Facts. Okay, I can maybe take one more. We had someone in the front. Run. No. Great job, Mike Runner. Thank you so much.
Our table talked about how feminism is essentially supporting life and human rights as a collective. Because when you support women, you are supporting the world. You are supporting life. You are supporting existence. So yeah, that's what we talked about.
Fabulous, thank you. All of those were great answers. All of these were great answers. And I especially like the focus on we all have to be liberated from the shackles we're under, these gender roles. So today we've discussed concretely the issues facing women and all of us oppressed by gender and the roots of this. And it's been an inspiring, impactful day with you all. And I'm struck by how unique this sort of space is. I'm 24. I've identified as a feminist for probably about 10 years now, since I was an adolescent.
She looks 36 at youngest.
But when I became a socialist in around like 2015, teenagehood, I actually felt something of an aversion towards feminism because I felt so strongly that the popular liberal feminism that I was seeing on Tumblr, mass media, was impotent and a distraction. I felt that it missed the forest for the trees, focusing exclusively on sex positivity and Hillary Clinton, when millions of women across the world are facing conditions of life and death. I figured there had to be a reason behind this silliness, a reason for feminism to become more of a fun hobby than a mass movement. The capitalist ruling class saw that feminism created the Jane's Network, delivered us Roe versus Wade, gave us the ability to have our own bank accounts, demand space in the workforce, equal pay, and it would threaten their profits and their control. So just like after the civil rights movement, the ruling class picked a few women they could put on payroll, prop up as leaders that would help defocus the women's movement. Because the mass movements of
Digital Resurrection says, I might be wrong, but they keep saying choice. Doesn't Marxism say or have a model, if you don't work, you don't eat? Well, they don't say that. That's just the way that Marxism would work. But remember, they believe that Marxism is going to free people from the oppressive force of capitalism. They believe that Marxism is going to free people from all of the problems that capitalism creates. And they really do believe that we're going to have more choice and freedom under Marxism once they have their utopia. Now, is it going to work out that way? No, it's not going to work out that way at all, but they believe that.
The 60s and the 70s were uniting and becoming aware of the real enemy.
See, you were here for the Tim Pool thing last night, and now you've come back, and I appreciate that because I was a little hard on you last night. It says, I always thought socialists were just communists with more steps. I didn't realize all the abortion, gender, anti-family, non-person property stuff was all connected. Exactly. And a lot of people don't realize those things are connected because people like Tim Pool don't understand they're fucking connected, and so they don't explain it. But when you listen to them, you see, and this is probably one of the best streams you could have watched to really understand it. Every single one of these things is interconnected. You always have to remember with socialism, they always want to abolish capitalism and private property. Capitalism produced gender binary. Capitalism, queer Marxism, which gets into like the non-binary gender stuff, is about that. Abolish the family stuff is related to the gender binary. Whiteness is related to capitalism. Like all of these things are interrelated, and you see that very, very clearly when you hear them talking about it. So I appreciate that chat. And welcome.
After all, without the profit motive, there wouldn't be unequal pay. There wouldn't be privatization of access to reproductive health care and everything else. So we see several Supreme Court decisions in rapid succession. Sex discrimination becomes prohibited on the basis of the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Changes have come. But the 80s approach, the Equal Rights Amendment fails, and the right-wing backlash really begins. Reaganomics and neoliberalism win the day. In 1992, a third wave of feminism is declared, but something is different. Women are being elected to Congress, they're like feminist celebrities, people aren't scared of it anymore. But in lieu of fighting movements, we have sort of a celebrity feminism emerging. This certainly intensifies with the fourth wave of the 2010s to present. And the goals are less focused on improvement of material conditions and more focused on personal empowerment. It is now rather easy to build a platform and a career off of one's own journey to financial prosperity and to call trending hashtags movements. So we see feminism becoming even less relevant to the common woman, the working woman across the globe. Anaraja Gandhi, an Indian revolutionary socialist and feminist, said it well. Liberal feminism does not question the economic and political structures which give rise to patriarchal discrimination. Any feminism that is worth anything should call into question the capitalist system itself. That's revolutionary feminism. That's what I stand for, and that's what I believe you all stand for. Revolutionary feminism means a struggle against poverty, against racism, against war, all caused by the system of capitalism. It must be a struggle against the tiny billionaire ruling elite and the politicians of both major parties.
You just said it again. They keep saying it. Every problem we experience in our society is caused by capitalism, according to them.
Revolutionary feminism means a struggle against poverty, against racism, against war, all caused by the system of capitalism.
Ding.
It must be a struggle against the tiny billionaire ruling elite and the politicians of both major parties and of both genders who are their servants. Historically, the anti-colonial and socialist movements of the world had a great impact on the feminist movement inside the United States. The fight for the advancement of rights in all spheres for women and oppressed nations in the United States must be a struggle against the capitalist system here at home. It must be a tireless fight for a socialist system itself that's principally based on friendship and cooperation between nations, not sanctions, which supposedly fix the patriarchal domination in those countries. We, those of us who are in the feminist struggle in the US, must be in a socialist struggle. It must be internationalist, extending solidarity to all those in the world struggling against the oppression and violence imposed on them by the U.S. government. Real feminism has to oppose the endless wars of the U.S. empire. We, the people who dream of liberation for all, have an urgent task ahead of us. We must turn the despair and the fear that has gripped millions of us into anger, organized anger. We must prove that another world is possible. We have examples. We've seen here any small win get pulled back by the next right-wing government. We need to get our eyes on the prize, the complete reorganization of society in the people's interest. In recent years, we've heard the slogan, we should all be feminists. I believe that, but with a slight tweak. We must all be revolutionary socialist feminists. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, duh.
Thank you, Monica. Last up for the Red Table Talk, we will hear from Dartricia. They will be discussing women at the forefront of the struggle for housing rights. And Dartricia is a PSL organizer, bookseller, and cultural worker. So please welcome back Dartricia. Did y'all miss me? All right, y'all. Everyday capitalism dehumanizes us and perpetuates the myth that people are poor because they made poor choices. But we know that people who are poor are forced to live in poor housing because this is how the system of capitalism functions. We also know the people who most often
that's by the way, that's why they attack individualism and meritocracy. If you look at that like white supremacy culture that was in the African American History Museum in 2020 that the right thinks is all about people with white skin color, it's not. It's all about capitalism. The reason they attack individualism and meritocracy is their argument is that if you're poor in this country, it is impossible for you to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And they say that capitalism says that the only reason that people are poor is that they don't work hard. Well, there might be other confounding factors too, but that's the reason they go after individualism and meritocracy is they literally believe that capitalism makes it impossible for poor people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps through hard work and effort and all that.
experience housing insecurity and homelessness are women, which is why women must lead the struggle for housing justice for all. In the United States, not even children are guaranteed housing. Under capitalism, housing is for profit rather than a guaranteed right. Do we really want to live in a country that doesn't even guarantee a child safe living conditions? They say that Atlanta is the blackest city in the country, and the city too busy to hate. But that can't be true when 86% of the homeless population is Black. But we're only about 40% of the city. It can't be true when gentrification has displaced tens of thousands of people from the Black community. Since the 90s, the Black population has decreased by more than 20%. In Atlanta, the rent is too high and the prices are increasing every year. Mine increased by $200 this year alone. And I live in a house where the walls are cracking and the foundation of the house is literally collapsing. The conditions for housing in Black and working class Atlanta neighborhoods are notoriously poor. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution investigate series on the dangerous dwellings wrote that they had identified more than 250 chronically dangerous complexes beset by violent crime and often by horrific living conditions, rats and garbage, leaking pipes, and unmitigated mold that sicken many residents, especially children. But these conditions were not created by the renters. Renters across the city are demanding improved conditions. Housing is in such a poor state because landlords intentionally neglect the properties and let them fall apart. Why would they do this to their own properties? So that they can close the properties, kick everyone out, and sell it to another company that will fix it up and move in a new higher income and whiter population. and then drastically increase the rents. This is how the capitalist landlords are leading the process of gentrification. In 2020, when COVID first came, tens of millions of people suddenly lost their jobs and their ability to pay rent. While evictions were paused for a time, the landlords continued to demand rent. The capitalists and landlords made it plain that they did not care whether we had shelter or not, whether we lived or died. Their only care was that they increased their wealth by billions and to send billionaires like Jeff Bezos into space. As Gil Scott Heron would say, the man just upped my rent last night because Whitey's on the moon. No hot water, no lights, but Whitey's on the moon. With mass evictions looming in 2021, we started the Risk and Assist program to help residents apply for the meager rental assistance that the state was supposed to provide. But instead of dispersing that money to ensure people could stay in their homes, the state of Georgia sat on the applications and sat on the funds. For a year, Georgia had only distributed about 3% of its $1 billion that were supposed to go to renters.
Boo.
Yeah, we submitted hundreds of applications, but only a few people we know ever received the money. And last week, everyone in Georgia who was still depending on those payments were suddenly and without warning cut off. PSL branches all across the country fight for the people's rights to housing. In Georgia, where it is illegal for city councils to enact rent control, we have launched a campaign demanding the state repeal its ban on rent control. This year, at the Forest of Columbia apartment complex, the property managers, Meridian Management Group, announced that the property was supposedly going to be renovated, but that everyone's leases were terminated and that tenants had only 2 months to leave. Many tenants did not have anywhere to go as they were already struggling to make ends meet, many of them being elderly, disabled, women, and children, and very working class. Along with us in the PSL, the tenants started organizing and protesting. They formally decided to become a tenants association, naming themselves the Fighters of Forest at Columbia Tenants Association. And they fought hard, y'all, and they won. The property managers were forced to cancel the mass evictions, and this is a huge victory made possible by the struggle of the tenants themselves, like Miss Sherlonda up here. Under socialism, housing would be a guaranteed right for all. As socialists, we fight to protect and expand state-of-the-art public housing. The cost of housing should be based on a reasonable percentage of one's income. Under socialism, gentrification would become obsolete because housing will only be created for people's needs, not developers' profit margins. Housing is a human right and necessary for survival. Now, I will introduce Ms. Sherlonda McKay Kendrick, a tenant organizer. She is a founding member of the Fighters of Forest at Columbia Tenants Association. Please give it up to Ms. Sherlonda.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sherlonda. It is an honor to speak to you all. I have lived in Atlanta, Georgia, my whole life.
See, I want to make a note here. I want to make a note here because this lady's not like a socialist. This lady is someone, and I almost want to skip because I don't want to this lady is someone that needed help. And I know the sound is really quiet, but this lady is someone that needed help. This lady is someone that was living in poverty, that didn't have the money to move to the new place. And guess who came to help her, guys? Did the Republicans come and help her? No. The socialists came and helped her. So who do you think she's going to have more affinity for? A lot of people who get pulled into socialism, they do it because the socialists are the ones who show up to help them when they need it. I mean, it is a very real thing, right? To say, like, you know, Republicans can talk about like pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, and you know, the libertarians can talk about like voluntary charity and all that. But like, for all their faults, and they have many, the socialists do show up. The socialists organize. The socialists have mutual aid. The socialists will go into impoverished communities and proactively help them and set up programs for them and teach them about socialism at the same time. And that's how people like this end up speaking at a socialism conference. Not because she was a socialist, but because they were the ones who showed up to help her when she needed it. There's a lesson there.
I am 51 years old. This is the first year is the first year that I became a
I know the audio is very bad. I know. Sorry.
With any part of activism or other organization, I never thought I would be.
She's literally saying, for people who can't hear, because again, like, this woman is probably high, and you know, she's probably nervous because she's literally saying that this is the first time that she has ever been involved in any activist organization at 52 years old, and it's because the socialists showed up. Guess what, guys? This is in Georgia. She's a Georgia voter. Georgia's a swing state. Her vote, whether or not she's high, whether or not she doesn't speak loudly into the microphone, whether or not you don't like her skin color, her vote matters in Georgia just as much as anyone else's vote. Who do you think she's going to give her vote to? Whoever the socialists tell her to. And guess what? Stacey Abrams is in Georgia. And do you think that Stacey Abrams is running normal lefty candidates and helping normal lefty candidates? No, I mean, well, Stacey Abrams might be worried about her brother being caught with child porn right now, but her vote matters just as much as any rich white person in Georgia.
Anything like this in my life. Seeing my neighbors and my family with children facing evictions made me want to act. It is your injustice. It made me want to do more for my family and community. This is why I help more fighters at Forest at Columbia Tenant Association, at my apartment complex with my neighbors. And
they probably wrote this speech for her too.
PCSL, before we came together to fight back. I only knew a few of my neighbors. Now I know more of them. We came together to beat the massive eviction using our tenant association. The landlord told us that it was impossible, that it wasn't nothing that we could do to stop the eviction. But we proved them wrong. We made the impossible, but by standing together. What motivates me to fight this, my decision to help other people. I have always wanted to be there for other people. It made me feel good to serve my community. Growing up was hard life. I was in and out of the system and had no help at all most of the time. The government needs to do more. It needs to do more for the children and the elderly. Ever since we fought the evictions at my apartments, I feel like I have the power to fight anything I feel my own power.
When Scott Pressler went into Baltimore to clean up trash, these are the types of communities that Scott Pressler was cleaning up trash in. There's a reason that Scott Pressler went into these types of communities to clean up trash in Baltimore. And in all the other places, he did it as well. He was the only one. Scott Pressler is one person. He was the only one on the right to proactively go into those communities and just do things that needed to be done. How many minds did Scott Pressler change because he went into inner city Baltimore and cleaned up trash? How many minds are the socialists changing when they're helping poor people organize tenant associations so that they don't get evicted, and then bringing them to their events to talk about their experiences working with the socialists?
People power, black power.
This is why the left wins hearts and minds and the right doesn't. Because the left actually does these things. Again, for all their faults, they really do show up. The right doesn't show up.
Keep fighting, don't stop, stand for your rights, and thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, Patricia and Ms. Rolanda. That was so great and important to hear about, because the housing struggle in Atlanta is an important struggle that we should all get involved in. And so I implore everyone here in this room to get involved, because housing is a human right. So what a wonderful day. You know, I'm thrilled to be up here and be a part of this day. So we are going to begin to wrap things up soon, but first we're going to hear some closing remarks.
Good.
And then we're going to have a special show afterwards. But we will hear from Carla Correa first about why she joined the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Hell yeah. All right, I'm Carla. I'm an organizer in St. Pete with the Tampa Bay branch of the PSL. Shout out to Florida. And just for some background, I grew up in Florida in the Tampa Bay area, which is where I still live today. I was raised by a single mom who worked as a public school teacher. She was always struggling to properly feed and clothe my older brother and I, and we lived paycheck to paycheck. And she was left to work.
Yep, Nick is correctly pointing out she has the bad tattoos, the bad black and white line tattoos. Well spotted, Nick.
To provide for the three of us by herself with a teacher's salary. Also, shout out to teachers.
Fuck teachers. Teachers are part of the problem.
And we were always moving from place to place due to housing insecurity. And I was constantly switching schools. And, this has hugely detrimental impacts on children. It made things very unstable in our household. I saw early on that this system doesn't reward hard work and that things were difficult for women. That's what I saw growing up. And now, things are still a little unstable. I'm working as a food runner in a restaurant close to my apartment. Also, shout out to the food workers. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing now. I don't own a car. I rely on public transportation to get around, which, if you couldn't have guessed, Florida has horrible, horrible public transportation. And this week, actually, I spent the week training to become a substitute teacher, which was unpaid, by the way.
Good.
The training.
Oh, good.
Boo! Which, yeah, women's work. And that's for a public school system, by the way. But despite that, I am planning on getting my teaching certificate and teaching full-time in the coming years. And I would like to eventually attend law school so I can practice landlord-tenant law. But I joined the PSL in October of 2020 following the uprising against police brutality after the murder of George Floyd. Who was there?
George Floyd uprising. That's what socialists
That
call
summer
it.
was transformative for my political development. But it wasn't just that summer, it was the whole year. At the beginning of 2020, I did not identify as a socialist, let alone understand what socialism was.
Oh,
but that
really?
year had a pretty bizarre start when Trump ordered an airstrike to kill Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. And that was the first protest that I ever organized. It was in response to that. And through that struggle, I started understanding the importance of international solidarity and opposing imperialist aggression from right here in the United States, in the belly of the beast.
Wow.
And prior to this, my organizing had been at the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg, through a College Democrats chapter that I founded with a close friend. We organized around the Bernie Sanders campaign, ICE detention centers in Florida, student housing issues, the environment, and other issues. But I had an understanding of many issues under capitalism, and ironically, I was trying to organize under the Democratic Party because I saw all these issues as separate and didn't understand their interconnectedness. And at the time, I even had a job with the Florida Democratic Party as a student organizer, and then I got hired on full-time to work in 2020. I know, embarrassing, but Bernie Sanders was still in the race at this time. And as a side note, something else that radicalized me, when I was working for the Florida Democratic Party, I was part of a unionization effort in which the leadership of the Democratic Party did everything in their power to stop us from winning the union. Although we did win the union, for the record. And another thing that happened when I worked for the Democratic Party, I got reprimanded for my public support of Palestine and Cuba.
Really?
Yeah. And then the
Really?
Democrats organized to get Bernie
Really?
out of the race. So that was the end of the Democratic Party for me. But I didn't see any alternatives. And then the pandemic hit. And I had the audacity to think that the government might handle it well. No. And I started seeing demands online like cancel
Hang on. I want to acknowledge what Tayton is saying. This is a hard Socialism Saturday to watch, not just because it's long, because it is actually hard. It's just full of everything we know to be true, and everyone is on the losing side. It's a really hard pill to swallow. Just lean into it, Tayton. Allow the black pill to waft over you. We're totally and completely fucked because no one understands this stuff like we do, and they're all fighting the wrong problem. And we know they're fighting the wrong problem, and the socialists know they're fighting the wrong problem, but they don't know they're fighting the wrong problem, and they don't listen when you try to tell them they're fighting the wrong problem. So just it's better if you just lean into it, and you'll reach a point of acceptance about how truly and sincerely fucked we are as a society. And then once you reach that point of acceptance, there's freedom after that. Because it's like, what else is holding you back? We're on the descent into the Marxist utopia. We're going to go there someday, probably within our lifetimes. What's holding you back from doing what you really want to do in the world? What's holding you back from showing up in the world the way? Because if we're fucked anyway, you may as well go for it, bro. There's always a silver lining when you realize that that society is falling apart right in front of you, and there ain't shit you can do about it. And no matter what you do, and no matter how hard you scream, there ain't shit you can do about it. So, there's freedom in that acceptance. How do we fight against this? Digital resurrection. The first thing you need to do is understand them. You need to learn how to speak fluent socialist. We need to get as many people as we can to be able to speak fluent socialist, to recognize what's going on. And if we can't do that, there's no amount of fighting that will work. So what I would say to anyone who wants to fight back against this, come to Socialism Saturdays. Avail yourself of the Socialism Saturday archive. Read my Substack. Fund the work I'm doing. Help me bring on more people to be able to expose more of this stuff. I don't want to make this seem like self-serving or anything, but I don't know anyone else that's doing this. If there were other people, I would tell you to support them too. But we need to get as many people to speak the language of socialist as we possibly can, because once you learn how to speak the language of socialist, you see it everywhere, and then it's undeniable what's happening. So get more people involved. Tell your friends. Do a Socialism Saturday watch party. I honestly, that's the only answer I have, because I wrote a whole book about things to do to fight back against the woke left. No one listened to me. Things have only gotten worse. So we're backtracking and we're starting from scratch. And that's the best answer I have. I'm sorry if that's not good enough, but that's where we are right now.
Rents and a bunch of other great policies that the government could have implemented to help people, but they just weren't doing. So that, further radicalized me and showed me that, we can't, the government has the power to do all these things, but they're not going to do them. So like I said, it was the summer of 2020 when I realized that the system can't be reformed. It was through being outside every single day for an entire summer that transformed the way that I saw the world. Through the protests, I learned a lot about the prison industrial complex, gentrification, among other things. I met people who described themselves as socialists. And then in August, myself and other organizers from the protests started organizing around the housing crisis in our city to start the St. Petersburg Tenants Union. And then finally, I saw, shout out to Gloria, first of all, Gloria La Riva's presidential campaign. And that's what it was. It spoke to every issue I cared about. I remember the first bullet point about her campaign, it was to cancel the rents. I remember it was my first time seeing stuff like nationalize the banks. It was incredible to see all these issues I cared about written so plainly and unapologetically. And so when I learned about the PSL, what they stood for, I instantly wanted to join. And I did that in October of 2020. The PSL gave me a political framework to understand the struggles I faced throughout my life. It gave me a political framework to understand how everyone could have their needs provided for. It gave me a political framework to fully understand international solidarity.
Guys, the link to the Substack is in the description. It's also floating along the bottom of the screen. It's carlin.substack.com. That's the link to the Substack.
And it's been the best decision that I ever made. And since then, I've been involved in countless struggles, but I never thought that we'd be seeing this moment, like seeing something like Roe v. Wade overturned. I thought that was done. I thought that was settled history. If you would have told me 2 years ago that, Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned, I wouldn't believe you. And so we don't know what they're going to come after next. Now it's Black voting rights, LGBTQ rights. So this is why at a time like this, it is an independent socialist movement is so needed to defend women's rights and people's rights in the face of organized attacks against all of our democratic rights. And we have the power to change society. So if you haven't joined yet or put your name in that box, please go ahead and do so, because we will win. We will win, but we need as many people on board as possible.
Thank you, Carla. We'd love to hear about your story, getting involved, and love to see all the work that y'all are doing in Florida. And again, as she mentioned, if you're interested in getting involved or joining the PSL, you can fill out the form that's in your folder and put it in the red box at the front. So now we will hear from our final speaker of the day, Zara Assad. Zara is an immigrant from Southeast India. She has been a leading organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation here in Atlanta. She is also a regional editor for Liberation News.
Teresa, I tried for a full year to get people to listen. I tried for a lot. I used every single contact I had to try to get people to listen. None of them care. When I say that your conservative influencers and your politicians don't care, I'm not just blowing smoke. They don't care. They're not interested in solving the problem. They are only interested in making money and maintaining their status, and that's it. So, I don't want to be mainstream. You're right about that. I don't. I want to fly under the radar as low as I can possibly fly so that I don't go to the gulag first, because I really don't want that, and I don't want to get audited again and all this stuff, because that really, really, really sucked. But I tried to get people to listen. They don't care. And not only didn't they care, they ran smear campaigns on me. They posted hit pieces on me. I have been defamed to within an inch of my sanity, not by the left, but by the conservative right. The walkaway campaign ran a smear campaign on me for months and months and months, led by Brandon Strzok's best friend. I had a hit piece hit on, in Newsweek on me, that I still have to deal with to this day. PragerU canceled the video I did with them, which I was actually not that upset about, to be honest, because I was pretty much ready to be done with that. But it's not all of every single news organization that you guys have heard of have had the opportunity to cover the stuff that I've sent them. Every once in a while, I get a little blurb on Newsmax or I get a little blurb on OAN, but none of them actually care about what the problem is. We're talking like a 30-second spot where they don't even pronounce my name correctly. They don't really care. So I'm sorry. I tried.
The PSL is her political home, and it trained her into the organizer that she is today. So she will give some closing remarks on revolutionary optimism, but please stay for our exciting show at the end. So give it up for Ms. Zara.
Yeah. You want to know something funny about the Blaze, Milo? The Blaze just unfollowed me on Twitter the other day. They were following me up until the other day. I'm betting it's the stuff I'm posting about what's going on in the Middle East that got them to unfollow me. But the Blaze just unfollowed me the other day. I have sent almost every single news story I have to the Blaze. I have Glenn Beck's personal email. I sent it all to them. They don't give a fuck. It is what it is. Nope, Glenn Beck doesn't listen. Like I said, I have Glenn Beck's private email that not even everyone on staff at the Blaze has. I have it because he gave it to me in 2020. I sent stuff to him. I CC'd his producer because she asked me if I was going to email him that I CC her. And then when I emailed her, she would run interference and make me feel guilty for sending the email in the first place. So I was like, all right, you obviously don't want to hear from me. No, he didn't do a hit piece on me. Yeah, I mean, that's not true. Glenn Beck has never done anything mean to me, to be honest. But yes, really. Yeah. Yes. The first socialism conference that I went undercover at, when I went on the self-managed bathroom abortion tour at Hampshire College, I sent them all of that. I told them I had a list from that first socialism conference that I went to of I still have it. It's a 4-page list of every trans and non-binary book that they use on elementary school children. I got the list at the socialism conference. I emailed them on Glenn Beck's personal fucking email, CCing his executive producer. They told me that they were going to cover it, and then they never did. And then I was made to feel guilty about daring to email the personal email address that Glenn Beck gave me in 2020 to try to get them to inform their audiences of something. I fucking tried, guys. I've tried. I was supposed to be on Fox News at one point, then they canceled me. They didn't cancel me, but they canceled the appearance to cover woman wears low-cut top to gym gets ogled by men. I was supposed to go on to talk about autistic sex education. Nope, not good enough. So it is what it is. I tried. They don't want to hear it. Whether it's me or they just don't care, they don't want to hear it.
Hey everybody, first I want to thank everyone for attending, participating, and contributing to this historic Women's Socialism Conference in Atlanta. This event would not...
if you guys want them to cover this stuff, then email them and tell them to cover it, because nothing I do is going to make a difference. But if you want them to cover this stuff, then fucking email them and tell them to cover it. Or tweet at them and tell them to email would probably be better if I'm honest about it. But there's nothing that I can do. So from now on, I'm just doing my thing. Maybe I'm getting emotional because it's been a long stream. But from now on, I'm just doing my thing. I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to do my reporting. I'm going to do the streams like this. I'm going to put the content out there. They all fucking follow me. They literally all follow me. They're all subscribed to my Substack. I know because I can see the email list. But they all know. They all have access to the information. They are choosing not to cover it because they don't really care. I would bet not, Milo. Who would be interested? Oh, you think Dave Smith is going to be interested? Nope. Dave Smith won't even look me in the eye. Dave Smith was cajoled to within an inch of his sanity to have me on his show years ago when I first joined the Libertarians. The dude couldn't be bothered to respond to an email from me. He literally had people telling him, Fucking email her, Dave. Fucking email her. Fucking email her. Fucking email her. He pissed off people in New Hampshire because they set it up. And I was like, Dave, let me feed you the walkaway audience. Let's make a whole bunch of libertarians. He wouldn't even bother to answer a message. So that's reality, guys. So like I said, if you want them to cover my stuff, then email them and tell them. I don't know what else to say. But I'm not going to do it anymore. I am wasting no more time on these people. They've disappointed me enough.
Not have been possible without every single person here. 26 billionaires. Just 26 billionaires own as much wealth as half the world. 26 individuals have more wealth than 3.8 billion people on this planet. Meanwhile, over 50.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Clint is a nice enough guy, but when Clint got hacked on Twitter and I tweeted about it, and when I tweeted about Clint getting hacked on Twitter, I got blocked by the person that hacked his account, and I DM'd him from a different account. I said, Clint, can you please unblock me after he got his Twitter back? He did unblock me, but he won't follow me back. So I have to assume that Clint doesn't actually care about this stuff either. I mean, I've never had a bad conversation with the guy, but like, if he cared about what I was doing, you would have thought that he would have followed my account back after he unblocked me, after I tweeted, was like one of the first people to tweet when his Twitter account got hacked. Because he followed me before that. He doesn't follow me now. So I just have to assume that he's not interested in it either. I'm not going to beg these people to do the right thing, guys. I'm so sick of begging people to do the right thing. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Like, we're doing this. It's all we can do. Anyway, let's finish up. And like I said, if you want them to cover my stuff, then email them and tell them, or DM them and tell them, or tweet at them and tell them. But nothing I do is going to make a difference. So if you feel strongly about it, then you guys do it.
Million people right here in the United States, in the richest country in the world, in the wealthiest country in the world, are food insecure. Food insecurity or food insecure is just a fancy way of saying 50 million people in this country are hungry on the daily. It means they don't know where their next meal is coming from. Of these 50 million people, many are children. So what gives 26 individuals the right to own obscene amounts of wealth? Who gives them that right?
Capitalism.
Why should they have that right?
Capitalism.
Leader of the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, once said, "There's often talk of human rights, but it is also necessary to talk about the rights of humanity. Why should some people walk barefoot so that others can travel in luxurious cars? Why should some live for 35 years so that others can live for 70 years? Why should some be miserably poor so that others can be hugely rich?" We in the PSL are building a revolutionary socialist party because we refuse to accept the injustices of this world. We refuse to accept a system that is responsible for mass hunger, poverty, and suffering, when in fact, we live in a society.
I've told you guys what you can do. I've told you. Learn how to speak socialist. Get your friends to learn how to speak socialist. Support the work I'm doing. Try to get more people to see it. If you want my work covered places, then email them, contact them, tell them That's what you can do. I can't do any of these things. I can't share the work I'm doing. I can't create 500 email accounts and, have them all email these places telling them to cover the stories so that people know about them. I can't do those things. Only you guys can do them. So that's what you can do.
Of overproduction, of abundance, not scarcity. We refuse to passively sit by while the government that acts in our name bombs, ravages, and devastates entire nations and wages war on the people of the world. We completely reject that. The Party for Socialism and Liberation, the PSL, would not exist if we did not believe in the actuality of revolution in the United States. Revolution here is possible and it is necessary. The kings and queens that lived under feudalism was a social system that came before capitalism. So the kings and queens of the time, they thought that their reign would never end. They thought parliamentary democracy, the system that we have in place today, was an impossible dream. But here we are. So capitalism is not forever. No social system is forever. Capitalism has only been around for some centuries. Humanity has been around for much longer and has lived under different social systems. There was a time before capitalism, and there will be a time when capitalism becomes history. But capitalism will not disappear by itself. It will end if we, the people, end it. We have to make it happen. We have to make happen what is seemingly impossible, possible. Skeptics always say revolution is impossible until it is actually done. Then they say it was inevitable. As many speakers before me have said, the South has a long history of revolutionary struggle. The Civil War that overthrew slavery was a revolution. That was a revolution. But it was an unfinished revolution. And it is only a matter of time before the American people, the working class people in America, rise up once again in response to the conditions imposed on them by the capitalist ruling class in power. And we, the PSL, we have complete and full confidence in the millions of workers and people of oppressed nationalities inside this country to become a force of resistance to the capitalist ruling class. And we saw a glimpse of this revolutionary potential of the multinational US working class in the 2020 summer rebellion against police brutality, against police terror, against white supremacy that
she's basically admitting right now that the 2020 riots were these people, which people know theoretically. They know theoretically that Black Lives Matter is a Marxist organization, but they don't really know what that means. They don't know what it means, and they don't know that it's more than just 3 women who embezzled tens of millions of dollars of donations to buy themselves houses. This is the big goddamn takeaway that conservatives have from Black Lives Matter. The founders of it embezzled money to buy themselves houses. That's the big takeaway that most of the right has for Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, like the riots of 2020, which these people call, and we've watched presentations about this on Socialism Saturday, these people call the riots of 2020 the George Floyd Rebellion or the George Floyd Uprising. Because it wasn't just Black Lives Matter, the organization. That wasn't the only organization involved. All of the socialist organizations were involved. Just like what you're seeing on college campuses. Guys, I follow all of the major socialist organizers in the country. They are all involved in the demonstrations that you're seeing on college campuses. Most of them work on college campuses. It's never just one organization. This is a massive decentralized network of people. And this person is literally telling you that they were responsible. This network of people was responsible for all of the chaos of 2020. It wasn't just a couple of people who embezzled tens of millions of dollars. It was a massive, decentralized network. That's what people need to understand. The same people who... The right is getting this Hamas protest stuff all wrong, because what Chris Rufo is doing is he's saying, look, guys, the same people who did Black Lives Matter are now doing the protests on college campuses around Hamas. He's not wrong, but that's not, but he doesn't understand the why. He doesn't understand the why. It's not because they care about what's going on in Palestine. They don't give a flying F. They are using it as a way to destabilize the system and disrupt capitalism. That's what they're doing. And no one on the right can see this because they don't want to see it. It is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Kate, thank you. Here's to your endurance on a Saturday night. I appreciate it. I need like an ice cream cone after this or something. I'm going to order some Ben & Jerry's. And then I think I had Allison. Thank you, Allison. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. But let's just listen to that part again. I know it's getting late, but I think this is our last presentation. So here. We saw a glimpse of the revolution that these people were talking about in 2020. Let's listen again.
And we saw a glimpse, we saw a glimpse of this revolutionary potential of the multinational US working class in the 2020 summer rebellion against police brutality, against police terror, against white supremacy that shook the US ruling class.
Ellie says, I've been watching for a very long time, but this stream has proved you 100% correct. You've earned my support going forward. Thank you for your honest work. Ellie, thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. This one feels good and terrifying all at the same time, you know? It feels good and terrifying all at the same time because this stream has proven everything that I've been screaming about at the top of my lungs almost every day for years. But like the reason I'm like emotional is like I always knew I was right? I always knew. It wasn't like there was no question to me about whether or not I was right. I felt like more sure about being right about this than like anything in my life. It's why I've been screaming about it like a crazy person, but like there's nothing I can do to fix it. I wish there was more I can do other than what I'm doing. That's all I'm saying, but I do appreciate the support. Thank you for the super chat. Angela Davis said the quiet part out loud. Well, Angela Davis is very good at that. But again, no one listened to it. No one. I sent that clip to Chris Rufo, man. I was like, have you seen this? No response. No response. Just keeps doing his thing. because all he cares about is the messaging now. That's his thing now, is doing these messaging campaigns. And listen, I have a lot of respect for the guy. I really, really, really have a lot of respect for the guy, but it's like you got to be grounded in reality with what you're doing, you know? You can't just make shit up.
The last century has seen many revolutions across the world, some of them socialist in character. And the United States of America is no exception. There is nothing exceptional about the United States that makes it immune to revolution. Revolution is possible here, and we are going to make it happen. Finally, I am a very proud socialist. I'm very proud to be a socialist. There are many people in this room who are very proud to be socialists, because as socialists, we believe every human being should have a home. We believe no human being should go hungry. We believe everyone should have the right to be educated without having to go into debt, the right to see a doctor as needed, the right to our bodies, the right of all nations to self-determination and independence. And unlike the capitalists, we have nothing to be ashamed of. So join us in this fight. I urge you all to join us in this fight. A new mass movement must be built in the United States to secure our democratic rights. But not just that, but to also advance the struggle for socialism inside the United States. And the people can and the people will. Because we say that socialism ultimately is the expansion of democracy once and for all. Socialism is the future. Viva socialism!
Socialism is the expansion of democracy once and for all. Rottweiler, our definition of democracy still stands. I'm going to make a shameless capitalist t-shirt tonight. Shameless capitalism. I am a shameless capitalist, bitch. Let's listen to that again. Last part.
And the people can and the people will. Because we say that socialism ultimately is the expansion of democracy once and for all. Socialism is the future. Viva socialism! Viva socialism! Viva socialism! Woo!
Well, I think that's actually going to be the last presentation. Offensive Saint just got... Offensive Saint, who's a groiper. We were talking about how the groipers were right on this stream earlier, because we actually gave the groipers some props tonight, because the socialists were talking about how, like, part of the reason that they want to get rid of private property is to get rid of generational wealth. So that was something the groipers have been talking about. I don't know if that's one of your things, but I think we're about to wrap up. Let's just see what they have to say here for close.
Okay. Let's have one last round of applause for all the organizers and speakers today. Woo! And a round of applause for yourselves for coming out on your beautiful Saturday. Round of applause for everyone. So that pretty much wraps up all of the talks today. But we invite everyone here to stay and connect with each other during our 30-minute break.
All right.
Before us.
It does look like they are wrapping up. Yeah, Offensive Saint. I'm gonna make a clip of the generational wealth one, because like I think it's something I knew in theory, but I had never heard them say it before, and it was just something that I had heard from a lot of you guys, and so now we have a clip to prove it. we have evidence, which is always my thing. We don't make assumptions. We always go for hard evidence. But I hope you'll go back. It really was a great stream, Offensive Saint. And if anyone came in late, I really do hope you go back and watch it. I'm going to make a bunch of clips. But this was like a banner stream. So it's definitely a good one to start from the beginning if you have the opportunity. I appreciate you stopping by. Kate says, for months I forwarded your clips, but lately my friends, the parents, are waking up, especially here in Loudoun and Fairfax. I know you're frustrated, but this is a slow burn. They're slowly realizing what's happening. I mean, I hope so. I hope so. I really do. I just I feel like I've been, I feel like I've thought it was going to catch on for a while and then people just keep getting distracted and all this stuff. Anyway, I don't want to end the stream on a sad note because this really was like a Socialism Saturday for the ages. Like last week was good. We got a lot of good stuff last week. I was making some clips earlier. But like this one, they said every quiet part out loud, every single one in plain English so that we don't have to translate. And so I'm definitely going to be making a lot of clips of this one. I was putting a lot of timestamps down as we were making our way through the presentation. They're not going to be all up overnight, but I will be making a bunch of clips. And you know what? It is what it is. So I appreciate everyone that made it till the very end. 4.5 hours, really long stream tonight. Great job, guys. I'm going to do my part and just try to make this easily consumable for everyone. But thank you guys for coming back. If you want to keep, keep coming to my streams. I do them Saturdays at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. We also stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. I hope I will see you on a future stream. But right now I'm pretty exhausted. And yeah. Well, Juan, this is completely incorrect, but I welcome you to go back to the beginning of the stream and learn a thing or two. That's all I have for tonight, guys. I'm going to go have some downtime and probably smoke a bowl because I feel like I've earned it. All right, guys, take care. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. Bye.